All right, guys, welcome back. We are doing the damn thing. Yeah, almost forgot that we had this morning. Don't know how that worked out, but it's all right because we are here now, and that's what matters. So, how is everyone doing this morning? Hopefully, everyone answered good to that. We are live. Let me know how we doings. Let's get this up and going. We're on solo while watching. Right, let's turn that off. Woot, woot. All right. Johnny Depp. All right, let's get it live. It's going.
Malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because.
All right. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Here we. All right, live now. Bam, bam, bam. Right. From right click properties. Okay, and here we go. Right. We are sexual chocolate. Right. Boom, boom, boom. Here. See it better. You guys let me know if thing we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty. Today is closing arguments, by the way, guys. So yeah, that's a thing.
Chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of justice. You are the judges of speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon make the statements with actual
jury
malice.
Instructions.
Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp, and number 1 above, and if Ms. Heard further proved the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication. Principles work. Agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made this to testify as to evidence in this case and give it may consider the ability and character of the witnesses and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with
jury
the
instructions
other
are really
evidence
boring,
in the case.
guys.
In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial, of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true.
So basically, if there are conflicting statements, it doesn't mean that something that was previously or was not. You have to use your own judgment, all that good stuff.
That previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact
Basically, you
that
can't draw an inference or say, hey, they objected because they're hiding something.
By the court.
Right? You can't
It's not
use that.
evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider
She is
it
bored
as
out of her
evidence in
mind.
arriving at your verdict.
Look at his lawyer. She's for the first time just
If you find your
looking
verdict for
nervous as
Mr.
shit.
Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages
But
without
also
any proof
bored.
of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements,
Hello,
the
good day,
occasions on which
Jenny.
they were made, and the
Hey,
extent
miss,
of their
let's welcome
publication, the nature and
Zane,
character of the
a white
insult,
star.
the probable
Welcome
effect
back,
on those who
welcome
heard
back.
the statements,
Jenny, welcome back.
and their
Jay the
probable
Giant
and
Peach,
natural
welcome
effect
back.
upon the defamed party's personal feelings and
Stand
upon
by
his or her
Ukraine.
standing
You're
in the
awesome.
community and in business. Your verdict should
All of
be
you,
for the amount that
welcome.
will fully and
If you
fairly
guys could,
compensate him or her for,
let me know that you can hear me
number
by
one,
throwing
any
me a hi in the
loss or injury
chat.
to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering.
There we go. Okay.
Number
Boom.
three, any injury to his or her reputation.
Jenny J.
And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements
All right,
issued.
thank you guys.
Neither party is required
All right,
to
while
prove
they
the
read this
exact
out, I'm
amount
going
of
to grab
damages,
some water
but the
so
party
I
must
can.
show
We're
sufficient
going to sit
facts
here
and
and we're going to talk
circumstances
through it.
to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments. There you go. You got it. I think so. Good. No, you had it for a second.
Oh, here we go. Man, I got
morning.
perfect timing.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016,
Oh,
Ms.
yeah.
Heard walked into a courthouse
Types of damage the
in
jury
Los
can
Angeles,
classify into either
California,
punitive or something
to get
else.
a no
Oh,
notice ex parte
punitive?
restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th,
So there's
2022.
compensatory damages, which means just
Exactly
making up for the
6
money
years
lost.
later,
Punitive damages are where
we
tort
ask you
cases
to
are
give
involved,
Mr.
and that's
Depp
where you get
his
3x
life
the
back.
damages. But
and
yeah,
telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser
Absolutely.
Ms. Heard said he is,
real simple.
and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months. Johnny
Absolutely,
Depp.
LJ. Welcome.
The scene was a setup.
Welcome back.
She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would
Let's do
pause,
bets. I'm
which
down.
side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted
Free
them to see.
solicitors in the UK are
The
better than
image
Amber's lawyers.
of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after
It's
last
going to take
seeing
him
Mr.
about
Depp.
anywhere between
It
6
was
to
a
8
lie.
hours.
She knew it. Mr. Depp knew it. And the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it.
Jesus.
But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
So she's trying to let it sink in the how the
years
two
later,
coincide, and
when
that is
promoting the biggest role of
purposeful.
her career,
They're creating a
until this
media
trial,
frenzy
Ms. Heard
around this to
presented
try
herself
to
the world
create
as a public
the
figure
damages.
representing domestic abuse.
That damaged Johnny, excuse me.
The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement.
Yep.
But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact.
You're going with 3.5 hours. I think it's going to be 6 to 8.
It is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom. But it is not
Y'all,
Ms.
let's do a
Heard.
poll. Do a poll.
The
We'll lock
evidence
it in.
presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. she publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world.
There we go.
Tell them
Posted.
I joined Depp. Man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you
What's
about
the
what
question?
the evidence would
LJ
ultimately
is
show
trying
at the end of this
do
trial.
we know the
We've kept those promises.
female-male ratio that is in the
One of
jury?
those
I think the jury
promises we
pool is
made was
closed.
that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive.
Let me
she
look
was
up the
cruel.
jury pool makeup.
You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval.
All right.
Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive.
Panel of 7
They can also
jurors,
be
4
charming
alternates
and
suspect,
likable, But
and
they can be incredibly manipulative and wild.
35 worth.
An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner.
Media is
to
banned
devaluing
from
him.
producing details about the
In
jury.
fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode.
Yeah,
and she'd
a different juror was
completely
dismissed, saying
lose
Depp
control.
was beating her and lying about things,
You heard
despite
from
claiming he
multiple
would
witnesses
try and
that
keep
Ms.
an
Heard
open
can be
mind.
very pleasant,
The
even
site
charming.
reported.
But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text
Different juror was
messages.
dismissed, saying Depp.
In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified
Right.
that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face.
Let's see. I'm ouchie hearing someone
heard
talk
from Ms.
about
Heard's
brutally
former
about
best friend,
BPD.
Rocky
She's not
Pennington,
wrong, though.
that Ms.
Yeah,
Heard once hit her
fortunately.
when Ms. Pennington
The man
did
did
not
not
do her
punch
best to
a
meet
I
Ms.
was
Heard's needs.
hitting you. What's the difference with
You
a
also
woman?
heard from Beverly
Real men
Leonard
don't hit women, so in
that
my
she
eyes,
once
it's
witnessed Ms.
thing.
Heard
Think-
assault her then
or-
partner
yeah,
in
she's trying to
Seattle
provoke him
Airport
into
in
a
2009.
response. She was
And you heard
bullying the
from
shit out of
Mr.
him,
Depp
knowing that he can't respond to
that
her.
Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr.
She's trying to
Depp
smile.
and the people
Look,
that were
that
around
smirk
him
is
and
there
Ms.
again.
Heard during their
You can see it in the corners of her
that
mouth.
Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and
Oh, man, I
physical
can't stand this
abuse at
woman.
the hands of Ms. Heard.
Cannot
We've
stand this
heard
woman.
evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is
Exactly.
one of abandonment,
Exactly.
being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime.
Yeah, no
in
matter
her
what
mind,
happens,
the
no
fault
matter what
she
happens, Johnny
confronts
Depp
him
has
with time
won.
and time
He
again
served his
is that
purpose,
he
even if
splits.
he loses.
He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical. And she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's...
I cried wolf. It
yelling
sucks for
or anything.
women
You
who've
split
really
with
suffered this
many,
shit.
Most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara
Feel for this
Roberts,
man.
and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him.
I don't think she realizes she's smirking. I think it's
than have him leave.
Subconscious. She's not doing it consciously.
About how often Ms. Heard would berate him.
I think she does not realize how badly it looks and how it's making her look.
Including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially
Bitch not willing to sign a prenup, fuck that, you can keep that pussy.
She pursued him.
Not when I'm worth $650 million and you're worth $6.
She wouldn't
literally worth
stop.
100 times more than you. I'm sorry. Now, if you're entering on equal footing into a marriage, absolutely.
To get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places.
Insane.
Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp.
Crazy.
A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad.
Exactly.
Ms. Heard would take the low
That's how you want to
blows and hit him
look.
where it hurt.
The stern
His children.
but saddened.
Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna
Scratches,
not get work easily.
bruises on
It's
his
gonna be
left
very
eye,
difficult. But the
scratches
thing
on
is
his left
that the
ear.
internet's still not holding her
We took
accountable like they
pictures
do men.
documenting injuries
Like if a
like
man
this one.
admitted to things she admitted to doing to Johnny, then like she admitted she hit him. She admitted that she threw things. She admitted that she did all
You
these
also
things.
heard
Like
from Tara Roberts,
if that was a
manager at
dude,
Mr. Depp's Island,
they
who
would be
witnessed
crying
Ms.
out for
Heard
them to be
telling Mr.
criminally
Depp
charged.
that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You
remember,
also
assault
heard
with a
from
deadly
Ms.
weapon
Roberts that she
is a
witnessed Ms.
felony
Heard
if you have intention
clawing
to
and grabbing at
inflict
Mr.
serious
Depp,
bodily harm.
grabbing his hair,
Just saying.
trying to pull him back.
Actually,
to her.
Virginia has
And Mr.
malicious
Depp had
wounding.
visible injury to his
Hold
nose
on, guys.
that occasion.
That reminds me.
Most importantly,
Virginia
you
is
heard from Ms.
different.
Heard
We'll talk in a
yourselves
minute.
on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Virginia uses Commonwealth
You
law.
heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clock me.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
If any person maliciously shoots, stabs, cuts, or wounds another person by any means causes bodily injury with the intent to maim, disfigure, disable, or kill, shall be guilty of a Class 2
You heard her
felony.
admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you.
Doesn't matter.
I
You don't fucking
was
hit
hitting
people.
You. I don't know what
Whatever.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get
Because-
the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Malicious wounding. Oh, they have it. Battery causing great bodily injury.
Take a minute
It's
to
felony.
really think about what you just heard there.
There's no statute of limitations
Quote,
either.
"I'm
So why is she
sorry
not
that
charged
I
with
didn't hit you across the
Yeah.
face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched." Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
TMZ is pissed over the whole involvement. They're being very biased with their article.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of
No.
the best performances in
No,
all the
no,
fucking
you're
shows.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
Well, how am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
What else?
I
What
don't
else
regret.
that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret.
word.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you when you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Foggy
shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Try to
no. I
quit
want
show.
to know. I want
Get out of your Uber's
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
That's not someone you don't. So if you're fearful of somebody, you're not sitting there provoking them.
15 in your houses to go run. Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go on.
Run away.
She does sound psycho.
This is the real Miss Heard. The one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom.
Oh, she got glasses
What
now.
you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there
Has
were
she
many
worn
played
glasses
by
at
both
all during
parties,
this entire
is Mr.
trial
Depp
till
ever
now?
admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard?
Where?
You didn't hear it.
This is new.
It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
It's just weird.
Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit.
No, what you're
His mother
hearing
was
there
dying.
is her in a
His
manic
finances
state.
were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th
Manic
birthday
episode,
party,
she will have
because a
been
meeting
feeling
with his
hyped
new
up and
business
confident,
manager,
which
Edward
sounds
White,
like she's on.
had gone late.
Yeah.
Miss Heard, of course,
Doesn't matter.
was
She's
not
still
understanding.
if someone who's
She was
fearful of someone
furious.
doesn't do that. It doesn't matter
We
if you're
heard from
manic
Mr.
or
Depp,
not.
both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left
PPD
with Travis
doesn't come with
McGivern,
mania,
and the
though.
next morning
Normally,
he learned that someone had left feces
It's manic depression
on his bed.
or bipolar disorder.
Ms. Heard
She-
denies responsibility,
shit.
but she admitted to the
Returned.
prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother
100%,
died
absolutely.
on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him,
Interesting message.
she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer,
Doing a good
Laura
job
Wasser,
reaching all
Ms. Heard
minority
sent a letter
communities. Over
demanding
78% of your
financial
viewers
support.
are minorities.
And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed.
Right.
When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on. And
That's the
Ms. Heard
craziest
would
shit. Like,
pause.
no one else would have known.
She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that
They
ended up
planned it. It was a
splashed
planned
across
photo op. How'd she
newspapers and
know to
magazines.
stop and turn her face specifically to where they would be
Ms. Heard
sitting?
testified that she did
Unless
not
it was her
personally
team
give
that set it up.
photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Guys, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe. Also, hit the notification bell because I've noticed that notifications are coming through. So click the bell and click always.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her.
Likes.
And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard contested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Lies on lies on lies. Sorry, Adam. Problem, guys. I appreciate you being here.
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard.
I wanted nothing.
Unless you can prove criminal intent.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about.
She talked in ways that
told you what
weren't
she
common
thinks
of
you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time.
Clean my headset.
Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her.
Let's see how the crazy cat lady works out.
Now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly
after this, Elaine's going to need like 3 more new cats to satisfy her her urges.
She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
Yep, that's exactly what I do.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Yep, she so got socked in the nose. That's definitely the nose of someone who got punched.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Yep.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible
but not only that,
in
but
her backless dress.
she's likable just from her looks,
dress.
and that's important. I'm sorry, it just is. When you look at her, you want to believe her. You want to get her phone number too. So.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame.
She thinks she has something there. You see that?
Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
No, never been broken, but definitely been worked on.
And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
You're looking down at like, see that? You get that? Like, ooh, we got them.
And here's
gotcha.
what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
Elaine's trying to ignore her, though. You haven't noticed. Look at the body language between the two.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
You'd never mentioned this until this trial.
She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep.
That's consistent with
the next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property.
She was bleeding from her vagina. If her vagina or her labia was cut, why didn't she take pictures of that?
When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd, all of them
writing
testified
like a madman.
they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard. And no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King.
If your vagina is bleeding after being fucked by a whiskey bottle, I would definitely go to the hospital, guys. I'm just saying. And I'm not trying to make light of sexual assault. It's just if you're sexually assaulted and you're bleeding from the vagina, what did you uncontrollably, like she described, why would you not go like to the fucking hospital?
If he ever got so mad, he just lost it.
I'd be scared. I don't know. Maybe bleeding from the vagina is that normal, but if it's not a period, I'd be fucking
Travis
concerned.
McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries. And her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles
It's crazy,
and observed
dude.
no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground.
Exactly. Slashed up feet, slashed up nose,
on the floor,
busted
and
eye.
tissue on the floor.
These are easily photographable
things.
things.
The tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger
Also, when you're going at it
swinging
for a settlement and a divorce, why would you not use something such as he raped me with a whiskey bottle in order to get a better one? That was never mentioned. It was never mentioned. That's if there's something more damning that would get you a better position in a divorce settlement, it's definitely that.
You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Kolber, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And
nobody could have done that with severely damaging his
finger. The only picture of an
finger.
injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different.
Manipulated?
One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible.
Fraction of a second. Milliseconds are on that photo.
Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines,
She's so angry right now. She's getting frustrated that they can't say anything.
William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch,
I'm hoping she blows up.
Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with
I
a
think
mark
this is going to come down to
on May 27th.
believability and whether the jury follows their
And the very
instructions to a
next
T
day
or
after
allows
Ms.
their
Heard walked into
personal
court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to
perspectives
obtain
to
a
enter.
domestic violence
And I think
restraining order
that it's
against
hard for
Mr.
them not
Depp.
to do.
Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
She doesn't have a lot of makeup on either, and in that picture, like, it would take a lot. Any female who's ever covered up a bruise with makeup knows it's incredibly difficult to do, and it still shows through.
The mountain of evidence that Mr.
Especially in
Depp
bright
abused
sunlight.
Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
Yep.
Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
Yep.
It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Ginny movie.
It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
He does. He's been in a hotel or a rented house for this entire thing. Constantly having to fly back and forth to deal with other stuff. Under a lot of emotional distress. Welcome, John. Good to see you, bud.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play.
Welcome,
so
Elscat. Good to see you.
In the movies. But the man himself, we kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father.
She has to stop with the smirking. She can't control herself. She's so angry right now and getting frustrated.
Mr. Depp
it's showing.
Would
her anger issues are showing.
Find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California. Yep. And he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her there. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died.
First day
And
it would have
from
been
those
over.
humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the
Sure, you
greatest
stand by
actors
Ukraine.
and movie stars
Sure, it
of
would've.
his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp, and no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too.
Yep.
To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person.
Yeah. That's where he broke out.
Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Ms. Short.
He can't. No. That's he's allowed to make impositions. It's closing arguments.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs.
Closing arguments are very open,
heard her
especially
say
in
just
civil
2 days ago
trials, guys. You can make
that
impositions in
Mr.
them, and
Depp
they're allowed to
never did
rebut them
that,
in their response
and he
since they're
never
going
hit
second.
her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified
It's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed
testified.
that. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her
Oh,
lawyers have
shit!
spent much of
Exactly.
this trial
When they
talking
try to
about
get it and
drugs and
become
alcohol.
confrontational, you make them
Depp
out to be the bad guys,
is
and they've done a really good job at that.
And he has never claimed to be one. He has made
Here we go.
mistakes in his life, as we all have.
She's
Yes,
looking out
he
to the
has-
audience to get support
He owns
because she's
his
getting
flaws.
frustrated.
He admits
That was
to them.
fucking great.
He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world
Hell
of
of a day.
difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical
Sixth
abuser.
anniversary of the date of the situation
Ms.
happens
Heard
on the day of
falsely
closing
accused
arguments.
Mr. Depp
Great.
of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did.
Fucking brutal.
And make
You're doing a
no
great job, though.
mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to
I don't know
physically
about that.
abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to
not
Mr.
even a young
Depp
Walter
and his
Matthau. I'm
family.
not sure about that.
You have heard
It's possible
from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades.
Public commentary.
Speaks volumes about Mr.
She's a
Depp.
public figure.
He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx,
I hope he's going to get work after this. I hope it picks up. He should.
You get all.
It's sad that it destroyed his entire career for this long. He's a great actor.
Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to.
That's what it.
Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote.
Yep.
Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another
categorically
one of
false.
her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop.
They helped her
and
correct her
as Ms.
face.
Vasquez said, what she routinely does.
They gave her glasses.
She doesn't take ownership
and
or responsibility.
They want her writing down everything and looking down and
anything.
not smirking.
And she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words.
Yep.
So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote.
Yep.
And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against
Johnny
Mr.
Depp.
And taken collectively, their message and their
But isn't my hair nice?
about Mr. Depp is clear.
I'm sad that he wasn't in the new Fantastic Beasts. He got cut from that because of this shit.
And that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote.
Same behavior you saw here.
Hollywood knew. And everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean.
But she said them here.
The Titanic is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard
all those people who are lying for him
that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
Horns might start popping out of that hairdo. Stand back
Hollywood
exactly.
Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms.
She's
Heard
having real
meant by
trouble
the words,
keeping
quote,
herself
2 years
composed.
ago,
It's
I
clear.
became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote.
I don't think so.
Now, Ms. Heard has done
I don't think that's
going to
be televised.
Walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear,
he dropped it, I think, back in April.
Write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And
they
let's
settled
please,
it.
Tom,
they settled it.
To plaintiff's exhibit.
They settled
3.
with BAM to avoid litigation. Undisclosed amount.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis, unquote.
I published. No, she said I published.
Words,
not they
quote,
published, not my publicist published.
Violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it.
She braces it.
And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet. She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights, unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. The heroics. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime.
We're going to take something that doesn't have a giant ticker at the bottom, guys,
abuse,
so hold on, give me a second.
Or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
You guys hear this okay?
The full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
You guys hear all right?
3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements.
Awesome. Thank you,
So
Jen Pless.
21 questions, I think, but 7.
Good to see you, by the way.
1,
Join
was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard?
Cool.
6,
Good to know.
was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while
Don't have any
Tom's
money left, though.
pulling that up, let's take question 2.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, she does. She's worth about $8 million.
Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post,
She can just declare bankruptcy.
This, they pitched it
Wipe
as,
the judgment.
quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who,
This is
as
about
you
clearing
know,
his name, not about
was
getting money.
beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as
we have not had your
referring to
funny commentary.
Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU...
Exactly. They're trying to make him out to be a wife-beating, malicious bastard, drug abuser monster.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit...
It's ridiculous.
409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to
I think she'll get small roles, B movies.
About Ms. Heard's claims
starting
of abuse
OnlyFans.
against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly.
Absolutely possible
who
also,
and what Ms.
LJ.
Heard was referring to.
I mean, she
in
got
the
into
op-ed. She
Elon
was
Musk's
referring
pants.
to
We
Mr.
know
Depp.
she can land billionaires somehow.
Let's take
That has to be
2
some
and
good
3
pussy.
next, if we can.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude or crude, but Lord Jesus.
Were each
No
of
other
the
explanation
statements
explains
false?
this.
And did the statements have a defamatory
Like she has to be like wild in bed or
on
something.
Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms.
Her
Heard.
vagina will be like an
Did
empty
not
headlock.
sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for.
Exactly.
It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case.
He knew all
You've
of his
seen the
addiction
evidence
and
in
everything
this
else
case
was going to come
over
out.
6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr.
Please
Depp
make sure to like the video,
as a terrifying abuser
hit that
are
subscribe
utterly
button,
false.
participate in the poll.
We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet.
Girl
We will continue
Hogs
with
does
closing arguments when
even
we come back, so
prepare
do
you
not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. That was a good closing argument. It was a little sterile, was a little less impassioned than I would have liked to have seen. Would have liked to see a little bit more fervor coming from the lawyers. You guys need to understand that there are protections for prosecutors and the judges and the state. They can't be sued
Let's come back at 11:05.
unless they show criminal
Okay, sure.
intent. So we have about a 20-minute break. As you got to understand that this is a complex case. There was a lot to go over, a lot to go through. Also, the objections raised were quite befuddling. You can't. Closing arguments are supposed to be divisive, and they're also allowed to include accusations and speak to testimony in the light in which they view them. They're expressing their view of the facts that have been put forward inside of it, and you have to. There's very few prejudicial statements that you cannot make in a civil trial, from what I understand. They need. You cannot say whatever you want. There are limitations. You can't make falsehoods up. You can say how you view things, as we've seen here, right? That's there's some key words that have to happen. You cannot say whatever you want. I want to really see what her team comes back with. I think if Elaine does it, it's going to be low energy. I think that was a good closing. But I would have been a little bit more concise, a little bit more impassioned, less about showing those demonstratives, a little bit less of those and more of just pointing it out. You're supposed to be accusatory on your basis. You can't be improper in your or saying what they have to find. You notice that when he said you should vote, at least in as our view say it. So he toed the line there. He corrected one of his statements at the very end of it. But their objections were just being dicks. They were trying to preserve an issue for appeal, I think, more than anything else. Yeah, so guys, really quickly, I am going to take a quick smoke break and use the restroom while they get their break in. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe. I appreciate all of you. Hit the vote. We have a poll up. We're betting on how long it'll take the jury to return a verdict, and we will be right back along with this coverage. I'm going to leave up the main screen. I'm not going to put up my be right back. You guys are more than able and capable to let them know that I am outside and taking a break while the court takes a break. Thank you. Right. We are back. Let's go through the chat. Elaine is probably going to be a weird word salad. You are correct. Oh, well, thank you. LJ with the love and kisses. Careful, y'all. Dangerous. He bites. Right. Tough. Man, getting it in. We are getting it in. I'm offended. I knew it wasn't for me. I got that after the fact. Like I said, be careful, y'all. She bites. See how it is? Super feisty today. See, guys, I can't. I don't have a lot to say. I mean, that was a really clear-cut closing. I mean, it's very clear what they were doing. It's very clear, what they want. Watch them Southerners. We already had this discussion. So she dislikes the further Southerners. Apparently, she's in strong dislike of London. Yes, there is a snobby end of England. It's called London. They speak proper English. So you have like Jason Statham type English, and then you have like the monarchy type English. Edinburgh. London ain't English. Look at you using American language. Ain't. That's a word I don't see British people use often. Here, I'll play it for you.
Hi, I'm Joel.
And I'm Leah, and today we're going to be talking about the differences between the North and the South in Britain. Unless you are. To drama school in London.
Yeah. No, but I've noticed your vowels occasionally. Sometimes you'll say like bath and grass, but most of the time you will go bath or grass. Whereas everything else sounds quite southern.
Yeah.
Whereas occasionally there's little telltale
signs that are from the Midlands.
Yeah, that's the one. One of the main differences is an example I've just given between North and South. It's a very general difference, but is the ah sound or r. So in the South we have a long a, so words like grass or bar.
You see, he's
they
from
say
like
grass
London,
or
grass
or path or glass. And
All
we
the
were having an
words.
argument
Glass.
on the weekend. I
Glass.
was at the barbecue,
Glass.
and
You just say
there's
glass.
a character in EastEnders called Grant, but half of my family were going, no, it's Grant, and then the other half were like, his name is Grant. Like, that's how he says his name. If someone introduces you as like, I'm Grant, you'll say it the way they said it.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're like the Coventry lot were like, no, his name's Grant. His name is Grant, and we're like,
Streamlabs with the shutdown. I'm sorry. I say Grarks, and everyone takes the piss out of me. You know, what can you say? Sometimes it can't be helped. It's alright. Could be worse. Oh, man. We need, we're gonna transition until they come back. So, yeah, we'll go to just chatting. Alright. Well, this is gonna get interesting, guys, to see what legal premises that they bring up in their arguments to justify their stance on the countersuit. It's going to be a quite interesting closing. From what I understand, there's 4 rounds of closing. They better hurry this shit up, that's for sure. Because there's the one for the primary suit and then the countersuit. So it's going to be crazy. Lord Jesus. Do. You starting, bruv? Hey, love. How you doing? Fucking blimey. There was a bloke from the south the other day. Came through walking his mouth. My horrible English accent impersonation. Man. That was Australia in capitals, I know. Can't help Streamlabs does its job. Sorry. It happens every once in a while. Put the Georgie slang on. Ugh. I'm aware it was a terrible accent. Listen, love. I really appreciate what you're doing there. But I can't do it. I just can't do it. What are you starting for? Why you gotta come at me like that? It's fucking horrible. Listen, yo. Ethel. Baby. I need you to come on over here and sit on Daddy's lap. Before I go out here, hop on this tractor. I come from a land down under. Crikey! Good day, mate. Top of the morning to you. We don't say that here in the bush. Aye. He's looking me right in the eye. Now that's a crock for you. Australian isn't that hard. Crocodile, cardboard. Crikey! Crikey! You guys sound like the most. You guys have the most jacked up English accent. You guys do speak British English, except it's just been bastardized for a couple decades. Over 100 years, 200 years, something like that. Tell you what, though. The UK couldn't have chosen a more crazy place to send people. I'm surprised anyone survived how many deadly fucking animals you guys have. Even kangaroos look cute, but those fuckers will kill you. Just saying. I come from a land down under. Min roar and min thunder. Can't you hear that? I gotta play it. I can't play it. I'll get a copyright strike. Fuck. I wanna play it so bad. No, snakes ate all the spiders. Y'all have some fucking big ass spiders. I don't want to hear it. Don't let him fool you guys. Like, They have ridiculously gigantic spiders. Giant spiders of Australia. I saw one. My friend was literally video casting, and the huntsman spider. I saw one. There was one in their house. Fucking shit was crazy. This thing is gigantic. I don't care. Look at this bitch.
A few years ago, photos taken assignment. The situation. So now it is time to take a look at the real, and it is quite possibly the largest species of huntsman spider in Australia. Although there are certainly some, while it is the biggest species in Australia, let's just say that spiders are a lot like those massive fish that your buddy says he catches. You know, the ones that always seem to shrink like clothes in the washing when you put a ruler next to them? Well, spiders, especially big ones, are
I don't care. I had to deal with
in the absence of a reliable sense of scale,
camel
many spiders will appear to be much bigger than they actually are. In fact, the spider in this video
they're actually not spiders. So these fuckers are crazy. They get bigger than that too. They're fucking gigantic. Oh, this one. This fucker was killing a lizard.
Det der, det er sygt. Spiser den noget? Are you here for the feed?
Shit is crazy.
Altså, jeg har fået 2 forskellige tilbud, og det ene er bedre end det.
Things as big as your fucking head.
Det er dårligt af dem.
Fucking insane. Well, that's just mean. I got shivers just now. Holy shit. Alright, let's see. No, they're not back. We'll hear it when they come back. Trust me. So, your son had a camel spider? I'm sorry. They'll be back at, they were supposed to be back at 11:05. We're already 5 minutes late. We're already 5 minutes late. Insanity. Oh wait, I wasn't even showing you guys what was on my screen. I'm sorry.
A few years ago, photos taken in the world.
That's a fucking huntsman spider.
Belongs to an
That shit is
Asian
crazy.
species called Heteropoda maxima.
Okay. Oh, here we go. I'm still getting used to doing this whole thing, guys. We're done. We're done. We're on the things. How many humps did a camel spider have? None. They're not camels nor spiders. Frying pan out. Here we go. Get it. Yep, it's Elaine and Rottenhorn. How does she look like she's about to bang hose and get
Thank
money?
you. You may be seated. All right. Closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborg? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Right, here we go. You do be wearing fucking 90s fucking styles like a motherfucker.
Mr. Rottenborg,
Shoulder pads and everything.
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax.
Ow.
If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp.
Interesting.
And if you do,
man, we're up to 16
he will start
votes.
a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide,
Yes, you can.
should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through?
No.
So let's
absolutely
talk
not.
about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit
when you have
more
previous
about the law
agreement.
that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, you know, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well.
It does. There's limitations
now we get a
when
chance to discuss
it causes harm,
exactly
or
what
is a
you
call to
have
action.
to find about this article.
And harm has a legal definition, guys. It's not broad like you think it is. Harm has a different meaning than what you think.
Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim,
It just has to be
Mr. Depp has
believably
to
false.
prove
It doesn't
every
have to
single
be
element.
actually false.
And there's a concept in the
It's a
jury instructions that
subjective,
you
not
really
an
didn't hear
objective
from Mr. Depp's side this morning.
discernment.
You've all heard it,
We'll
I'm
talk
sure,
about that
outside
in a
the
minute.
courtroom, which is burden of proof.
Let me take some
It is
notes here
Mr.
so I don't have to
Depp's
talk about it
burden
later.
to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you
He speaks to the
the
legal
first 6
lease. He's not
elements?
going to. He can't give him a directive.
Seventh one,
He can
for
imply
actual
what he thinks they
malice,
should
the
do.
clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements.
It's a classic tactic.
And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second,
Appeal
don't
to
we have to
emotion
decide
and
if Mr. Depp committed
guilt and
abuse?
finding.
And the answer is no, you
closing he's
don't
taking.
have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true.
They teach you this shit in law school.
So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a
dangerous
public
one,
figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
That's an implication.
When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article. And think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse. Designed to protect
By claiming
people
that
who
she
did
was
exactly
abused by
what
Johnny
Ms. Heard
Depp. You're
did,
omitting
to
that
speak
fact.
out. That's apparent.
Uh-oh. You dropped the
On the
feed.
face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp.
Burden of proof is very, very low. She wasn't able to maintain it, and she violated it herself.
And then chronicling her own
The question of the
experience after
belief
that,
of the
those words are
person
true.
in their intended statements
words are
is
true.
of question in defamation.
Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them.
Yeah.
Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because
we're in the middle of closing arguments, man. Give me a moment.
Under the First Amendment,
on YouTube.
The statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win.
Vote.
Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it.
I voted 4 hours and longer, and it was the longest, the highest.
About their relationship.
Okay,
none of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks.
They're just not allowed
because
to
he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me.
They are.
But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse.
It's in reference to a specific event.
That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it.
This is a hell of a stretch. They're not doing a good job. That's a bad stretch.
Anyone could ever make about their own life that implies any involvement with any other person
Johnny Depp so
could be
far.
defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me.
I'll be back.
You don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only
they did it
evidence
purposely
presented
to
about Ms.
avoid
Heard's
doing it
motive,
directly while
except
implying
her statements that was
Intentional
exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect
implied
people
party
in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about.
Talk about it in a moment.
There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
But it is.
She knew what the Depp. And you can end here.
Things would come forward on that.
By saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath."
Any reasonable person would have known who she was talking about.
This evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence,
there is. How did an institution protect Johnny Depp?
You don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence.
She spoke up against sexual violence. What sexual violence? She's implying that he did something sexual to her.
And
that's the implication. It's against the implied party.
Didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing.
She retweeted it.
She was not given notice of the headline.
Then why'd she publish it?
She testified. You saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp.
She said, "I published," and then her tweet, because she said, "I published," is a republishment.
You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people
he needs to do better. He needs to improve quickly.
They don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about
She said she published
it. And they
it.
want you to think that she republished the headline.
Her tweet says, I published an article, and she linked it
to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th.
Today I published.
Says, opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have,
you could have not attached the link.
A hyperlink
you can also get rid of the preview.
Not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you've broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but
that would be true if she didn't say I published.
Says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no
So he uses an tactful closing, and you have to endear yourself and make a valid point, and he's not doing those three things. When you use the type of closing he's using, he's setting himself up for failure because he's not delivering.
She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years
An
ago,
appeal to emotion
I'm a public figure representing domestic
and guilt
abuse,
in finding closing.
Domestic abuse that I suffered.
Those are in what's called an tactful closing.
This is not
it's attacking the jurors.
But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what
and
Mr.
how they
Depp
want to
does.
view themselves.
It's what he's always done. Blame other
you cannot
people,
do that and not endear
refuse
yourself.
to take accountability.
Make them angry
But
at
the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are.
God.
Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment.
Or not.
But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision,
no, he's saying he was never sexually or physically abusive to Ms. Heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If
Implication
Amber
is there.
was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
Not how that works.
And we're not just talking about physical abuse.
But he can say it. He can say it.
We're talking about emotional abuse.
It's his interpretation of the law and the evidence
financial
presented.
abuse. Sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr.
He just
Depp
contradicted
define
himself.
abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were
Verbal
in their
abuse
life,
is not
in their
what's being
career.
considered here.
By intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
You. Otherwise, it's
She
just
said alcohol
emotional and
can just
verbal
throw
abuse, which are
lighter
not what's
fluid
at
off a
question
flame
here.
in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It was not physically abusive. Physical
So let's
abuse.
look at some of
They're
that
trying to
evidence.
redefine
Like I said,
physical
you can
abuse.
apply your own common
They're literally
sense. You
trying to
don't need check that
redefine
at the
physical
door when
abuse.
you go into the deliberation room.
It's
I'm going to walk you
ridiculous.
through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better
This is
spouse.
ridiculous.
It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead."
Again, it was not sent to her. It was never intended to be relayed to her.
Imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that."
He was talking about drugs.
This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship.
Again, intention to be
Ladies and gentlemen,
relayed
these words are a window
to the
into
person
the
of
heart
subject.
and mind of America's favorite pirate.
Oh my God.
This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you.
This is
where he says she's begging for
they
global
know. Look at that. She knows.
And she's going to get it.
He's doing so poorly,
Says,
and
"I'll
he's
stop
using a
at
bad
nothing, and I
tactic,
can
and he's
only
not
hope
endearing
that karma
himself. You
kicks
cannot
in and
attack the
takes
jury and
the
not endear
breath
yourself.
from her."
He's fucking up. There are three points
One
to
of
this
the only
premise.
promises to
Call
Mr.
upon the
Ms. Heard
emotion.
that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Call upon the guilt of finding. Make a
how
strong,
we
valid
end the
point,
relationship, but you
and
saw how
endear
it
yourself
started.
to the jury to make up for the
Now,
slight.
Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr.
Come
Depp
on,
abused
dude.
her countless
This
times.
is
First, it
basic
started-
shit.
They were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse,
Exactly,
there were
Radu.
periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took
He's
place in
failing so hard,
2012
guys.
when Ms. Heard asked
Because he's
Johnny about
saying
his
endearing things about
tattoo.
Johnny.
He used to say
You're
"Whining
supposed to
forever,"
know.
and
You
then
need to
changed say
endear
"Whining
your
forever."
party and yourself.
And she laughed.
After making
She
a
said, "And he
strong,
slapped
valid
me
point, and
across
he
the
did not do
face.
that
He
first
thought it was
part,
a joke,
the
and
second
then he
part,
did it
and
two
now
more
he's failing at
times.
the
And
third.
then he said, "I thought I put the monster away, and I've done
Strong,
it
valid
before."
point. Endear yourself to the jury to make up for the slight.
That's what he said to her during that first incident
Come on,
of
dude.
violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice. what he called Miss Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
And then, no, oh my god. No, that's not the clip you choose. Oh my god, because it's fucking hilarious.
We talked about the monster. You heard
People
Mr.
are trying
Depp
to
get on
laugh
the
in the
stand
fucking
and say that was
look,
Miss Heard's
look,
term. She made it up. That was what.
Oh my god,
she used
this dude is not.
to refer
Oh
to
my
him. She
god,
was
he
nagging
chose
him.
that
She
clip.
didn't want him to have
That
a
shit
good
was
time. She
hilarious.
didn't want him to have a beer once in a while.
Cause you're a
what he's
fucking cunt.
implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster.
He's talking about the monster of addiction, you fucking idiot. It's a way you're taught to describe your addiction.
Thank you, my darling Kipper.
To treat it as a monster
He
that
says,
needs to be
I've locked
dealt
my monster
with and
child away
dealt-
in a
put
cage
away.
deep within.
It's a tactic for those of us who have
He tells
had
Stephen
addiction.
Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows.
Talking about his addiction.
He knows that.
He's talking
He knows
about
that. He got up
his
here on the stand
addiction,
and tried to deny
the
that to you.
monster,
Talk
but
about
my
lack of
addiction
accountability.
is not involved.
Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Oh, he's about to step over the line. If he shows Johnny Depp and calls him a monster,
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
they don't like being locked inside the meat.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Yeah. He's not doing it towards her. He's frustrated at something. Now, is it wrong? Yes. It's absolutely wrong. You shouldn't behave like this. But is it towards her? Is he he didn't throw things at her. He didn't swing at her. He got mad because he was being recorded in his own fucking house having a flip out.
Video is being played, but it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine
He
being
just
in Amber's
accused them of
shoes
giggling
on
and they weren't
February 10th,
giggling.
2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change.
But we're at 17
Imagine
votes.
watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
I remember one time I got mad at the dishwasher and fucking started breaking glasses because I was pissed.
And their response
That
is,
was my spouse was like, "What's going on?" Blah blah blah. And I was like, "I'm just fucking angry. Fucking can't stand this fucking thing." It had nothing to do with her. I wasn't mad at her.
When Mr. Tremaine testified,
she didn't
that
take it
they
that way
received
either.
it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who
I've
sent
slammed a kitchen
Ms.
cabinet
Heard was in the
before.
air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Yeah, I would be pissed if
Again,
I saw that I was being
order to
recorded
find
in my
Mr.
own
Depp,
home while I'm
you would
having a
have to
mini freak
find
out
that
because
for
I'm
his
super
defamation
frustrated
claim,
at something.
every
Was his
single thing that
behavior
ever
appropriate?
happened
No, but
between them
we
that
break
could
as human
constitute
beings,
abuse,
and that had
Amber
nothing.
was
That
the
didn't
abuser.
appear to have anything
Every
to do with
single
her.
time. You'd have to believe
He's like,
the
nothing
unbelievable.
happened to you this
You all
morning.
are
Nothing is
smart.
going on with you this morning. He's like, it's not. He
But
was
Mr.
saying
Depp
it wasn't about her.
Thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he
If
lied.
you're scared of them, you
in
don't provoke
insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true within the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he
Rose hates
what he
me
sent.
because she thinks I'm drinking.
A text that he sent
And she's right,
DX207.
but I can't
Now
admit
Lily Rose, his
where I
daughter,
fucking died
hates
at.
me because she thinks I'm
Thanks for that one,
drinking,
Vanessa.
and she's
Come
right,
to
but I can't
Master in
admit,
Main House.
or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this
Exactly.
room. That's Mr. Depp.
Some of us men have tempers
This is Mr.
because
Depp.
of who we are. But we don't direct
This is
them at
Mr.
people
Depp.
because we have self-fucking control
Mr. Depp.
over who we aim them at.
All
Sometimes
you hear
we
from
have
Mr. Depp
emotions
when these
that
pictures
come
are
out
shown
in
is
ways
snickering
that are
and
physical
defiance.
because it's how we're taught as men to express our emotions
Victim
when we're
blaming,
frustrated,
blaming
when
Ms.
we're
Heard
angry.
for
But
taking this
we're
picture of
taught
it, for
not to do
trying
it
to help.
towards people. That's what makes you
So
an
let's talk about
abuser
some of these
versus
instances of
someone
abuse.
who
Oh, forgot one.
expresses anger in a physical manner towards physical objects. There's
In March
yes, you
2013,
can overdo it, and yes,
talk
he was
about
overdoing
the
it, but
Wine
that's
Forever tattoo. In March
that was not
2013,
aimed towards
there
her.
were a couple instances. There was one where on March
of course.
8th, and we'll get
But
to that
I
in
can
a second,
speak from a male
where he was
perspective.
drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th,
I've seen women with tempers too,
this is
trust
when
me.
Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming
Hell yeah,
at her.
John.
We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what
Jesus.
Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour
That's so
argument,
staged. Look how
he
perfect
grabbed
everything is on the table. Look how everything's kind of lined
their
up.
dog,
That's not
their teacup Yorkie,
that's not how you would be
and
if you were doing
holds
coke.
the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because
it is.
Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses.
They took 9
that she
different
believes
versions of
support
it.
Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens
They have
to people
careers.
who do. And
If
none
not.
were there.
You know how many
for the
stars have
instances
been
of domestic
ruined
violence.
through
What
the
they're saying
testimony
is,
of people
if
who've
he
worked
didn't
for them?
abuse Miss Heard in front of his
I can show you like 9 different
bodyguards,
cases in the
then it must
last
have
10
never
years.
happened. That's essentially what they're asking.
Arnold
you to believe.
Schwarzenegger.
That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp.
Randy
and say
Quaid,
that
Jennifer
Ms. Heard
Grey,
was
Wesley
delusional.
Snipes.
She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean
Tila
Beck, his
Tequila,
head of security, who's
Lindsay
been sitting in
Lohan.
this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern
Paul
said that
Rubens.
Mr. Depp rearranged Mr.
Tiger
Heard's
Woods
closet. You've
fucking
seen the
made.
pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera.
Yeah, men
into
don't
the
express
closet
their emotions,
where Mr.
especially
Depp
anger and
held Miss
frustration,
Heard,
in
hit
the most
her.
healthy ways. Quite
We'll
often,
get to that
that's
incident.
just, that's
She
just
didn't
a
take the
predominant
video
truth.
camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party
exactly.
on April 21st.
It's
Remember,
about
Mr.
creating
Depp
healthy
experienced horrific
physical
financial
outlets.
news the evening of that day, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start
Dragging
selling
your dog
things.
down the street
Well,
and
we all know what
get out
Mr.
the
Depp
window
does
with her.
when
Absolutely.
he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting
Deflection.
at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay,
And projection.
fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he
Definitely
has
trying
that
to
hour and
change.
45 minutes of free time
Right.
and he's
Right.
stressed out about something. Mr. Bett
it's
testified.
amazing that you
Remember, he said, I
are
took him
open and
to his
admitting that.
home on Sweetser
And
Avenue,
that's
his
great,
other
and
home,
it's good. It shows
to
that
pick
you
up a
have
birthday present for Miss Heard.
investment in your relationship, Jay
That's
the
what he
Giant
said.
Peach.
Mr. Jenkins, you
That's
may
awesome.
remember him. He testified by the video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as
They're
we
all
previewed
liars
would
because
do in
they
the opening.
work for him. Yeah, sure.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted
Oh my
to get
God.
better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige
He's
Heard,
being long-winded. He's
Amber's
not making
mom,
decisive
after
points.
detox.
He's going
the
into
island in 2014.
huge amounts of text. The
He
jury's
says,
already been
there
here
were
for
more
6
than a
weeks.
few times when I thought it would be more simple.
This is not how
to take
you
that
want to do your
route.
closing, people. Take this as a prime lesson
Meaning
book
go for a
example of
swim
how
and
not to
swallow a
fucking
big
close a
drink of
case.
ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There's no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, "Is that about last Friday night by any chance?" And Mr. Depp responds, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" He testified on the stand, "I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did." And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking,
That's
there
not
should
what
have
was
been
in the
more.
exif data.
This
You're
is a
being
2-week-old
deceptive.
bruise. And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some
abuse
mushrooms
victims,
involved. There was some drinking.
They're upset immediately.
And Mr.
or
Depp
then
got
trying
jealous
to hide
of
it
that.
after they're
But
not
he
going out
claims
and
that Miss Heard is
broadcasting
the
it.
abuser, that she's so much stronger than
Same.
he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
And
you
you
can do it
heard
with one hand. She's
this
not strong at all.
Morgan Knight person who testified a few days
not.
ago, who said it was $62
Whatever.
of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media, and you saw that text. That's how he
to allow them
injected
to
himself into this trial.
allow him to get in touch.
There
It's
was
hard
way
to get in
more than
touch with people.
$62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him
Insane.
trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted
Holy
that he
fucking
smashed
insane.
hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, Hicksville was late May 2013. This is another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
It comes through silenced phones.
Yes, sir.
It bypasses silence.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013 when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his
An
daughter,
Amber Alert, get it?
cry.
Oh my God, this
Miss
is
Heard
so great.
comforted Lily Rose.
They're getting an
And
Amber
then
Alert.
accused Amber of making them aware
Yo,
of this.
I just put it together.
Making his kids
Amber.
aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by
Some
her
Amber
neck,
Heard type
held her
shit's
there
going
for a
on right
second,
now,
and
guys.
said,
Pay
"I will
attention."
fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment.
Oh God. All right.
That's
sorry.
what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island.
It bypasses your silent settings.
And
by the way, guys.
while Amber was
You
in
can
the
have the
helicopter
switch on your
with
phone
Lily Rose,
to silent
Mr.
for your
Depp sends
iPhone
her
and it'll
this
still come
piece
through.
of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her
Holy shit.
for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast
They
forward a
won't.
little
It's-
bit.
Amber Alert
to-
is a kidnapping
Actually, before
of a
we
child.
talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so, in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at
What's
you
up,
either
Tarkin?
way.
Welcome.
They
Good to
say,
see
well,
you.
he was wearing rings,
Went through
but
closing
it didn't
arguments.
leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a
Guys, he's,
picture where he wasn't wearing rings during
I don't know if
that
that's
trip. So that's what
those are
happened
the
in
ones that you're always
Moscow.
trying to get with.
In September 2013, in
Volume
London,
went way up.
Mr. Depp was
Holy shit.
filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert,
We're going to talk about
with
this in a
friend
minute,
that she was
guys.
starring in
I'm
a
trying to
movie
let
with,
him close.
that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercion.
We still got to go through a lane.
That Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know
You guys
he's
notice how he
using.
said none of this
And then
matters?
when he got on the plane, he
It's
straight
not
up started
important.
taunting her.
His addiction isn't.
He called her a
He started
go-getter
off with
and a
that,
slut.
and now he's going into this.
He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
That's one of the things I'm going. So he's not clear and concise, tying points to specifics, going in circles, not too much depth, not enough 10,000 foot. We'll talk about it. Well, I'm lost too, and I'm struggling. I'm trying really hard. And you gotta think I worked for lawyers and in law offices and law practices.
One thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happened throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp
it was him moaning on the plane.
Proof, think to yourself, do you believe
as he was
Amber's
going through
account of what happened on
detox,
the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually,
that wasn't the
you
same
can look
plane
at his
ride.
account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane.
In redefining abuse.
You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry.
You can be apologetic and not be for what you did and not be an abuser. You can be apologetic and still be abused. You can be apologetic and still not be the one in the wrong. Apologizing doesn't make you wrong. Apologizing for what you did wrong is important in accepting and owning your behavior so you can overcome addiction.
Throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her.
Oh, Lord Jesus,
that
yes.
Carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time. This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
If the assault that she described happened, there would be marks.
The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
You mean the guy who's her best friend and lives off of her, and without her, he has no home, no job, nothing.
London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353, all but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days.
You could have subpoenaed them.
The one on the bottom right, you'll remember.
That's bullshit.
A couple times. This
you
is
could have subpoenaed them.
He chopped his finger off when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls
MDMA pills are small.
Attorney, Michelle Mulrooney,
handful would be like 15, 20 pills.
And he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way
I
out
hope so
of this
too.
is death. I don't
That's what I'm worried about.
And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the
20
neck,
votes.
squeezing
Thank
her
you
neck.
guys for participating
You
in the
remember
poll.
her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me.
He records all of it except for this.
And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she
But it
doesn't
was
know how he
intact
lost
on
his
the
finger.
desk.
She said that
afterwards.
she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the
Short, sweet and concise is sometimes better than long-winded.
It's deception.
This is proof.
They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
And you didn't go to the hospital if you thought broken glass had been inside of you, cutting you up inside of your vagina and you could bleed out. Guys, for the males here, there's the amount of blood flow that goes to the vagina. If a man fucked you with if you were a girl and a man fucked you with a broken glass bottle, you could bleed out and die because of the amount of capillaries that are inside of the vagina, because it engorges itself just like our penis does in order to gain sexual gratification, and that's why the clitoris swells. Sorry if I'm too graphic, guys. This is marked as an adult channel. You should be an adult. This just doesn't make fucking sense. There's no way that she could even have thought logically that she had been fucked by a broken glass bottle. She would have been bleeding so profusely she could have died and would have definitely have went to a fucking hospital.
Talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse.
That's how a fucking...
He's writing on the mirror again. And they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the
She wrote that.
Mr. Depp told me a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles.
Look at her trying to fake.
And breaking that plate glass window.
Look at her trying to fake emotion.
More abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're
trying so hard.
Canvases, and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep,
watch it disappears.
He takes the
gone.
Stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys.
Reminds herself, comes back.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance.
Exactly, LJ. And I apologize, but that was for our male viewers. Females, I'm sure, are familiar with their bodies.
Amber's career. He didn't want her to act.
She keeps going between sad and...
He tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
he didn't want her to act. Or at least it's supposed to.
Movies, I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein. His therapist.
He just
called him self-destructive.
They should have ejected there.
Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one who's hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not.
Oh my God, BDSM is not against the law. Here we go.
Along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day, that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile.
That's so fake.
You can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is...
They're not even tears. She can't cry.
This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr.
Yeah, he didn't want to admit the
again
abuse that his she didn't want her getting in trouble. He didn't want people thinking of her in a bad way. He didn't want to deal with that. The fuck?
And Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that
The day
he didn't say
that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to
The day
March
that
23rd,
shot my finger
2015.
off.
After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they
It's so
call a soft
ridiculously
cast,
bad.
which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door.
They could
but he
have
runs
had
up
the
the
audio
stairs,
from Australia
and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs.
Exactly.
And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to
I don't know,
club them
man.
with the cast
It's still an uphill battle.
that she said,
They did good, but it's still an uphill battle. He's making a few valid arguments. We'll talk about him afterwards.
that she had.
He's just going too in depth. What he said that was valid is getting lost in his fucking circle of just shit going down the toilet.
For defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet.
He needed to keep to the core points of why, on principle and legal doctrine, they could not convict. He had a somewhat valid point there, a little bit, but he got lost in the details and doing dumb shit.
To rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. And it's disgusting.
Yesterday, she did say that. She said yesterday she never touched him, even though that she's admitted it most of the time.
How sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful.
We have all said things to our partner that were untrue that we didn't mean in order to get under their skin. A common one, like example, I know that there was a girl that I was with that was very sexually satisfied. Okay?
Chasing her in the kitchen.
And when we were towards the end of our relationship and things were going hard, she would make insults, of course, because she knows that insults a man's pride and his opinion of himself, because it means a lot to us, okay? Women know that's an easy way to punch at men, attack their virility.
With the back of his fist.
Whatever.
So she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating.
Even though they know it may be a lie.
And she said,
or maybe it's true, who knows?
But
we've all said something that's not true in order to get under the skin of our partner when we're in an argument. We've all done something heinous like that that may have been way out of line and super hurtful.
I don't know if they're claiming
and felt bad about it afterwards.
On the bruise? Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door.
How do you get your feet caught under a door? Those are some pretty high doors.
And of course,
and she has some fucking hobbit feet, by the way, guys. So
control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner. and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that, because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that.
I would have
lip.
done a motion
Again, we're talking about a hoax.
to
The
exclude
next
them
day, she
calling
went on
her a
James
victim.
Corden, and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be
That doesn't happen in
dumbest
criminal
person in
trials.
the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias,
I don't see
the makeup
anything there,
artist,
man.
testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that.
Can't cover up
party.
busted lip with lipstick.
She said exactly
The
what
break
she
will
did.
still show.
She talked about how she looked
Not
at
how
the
that
color
works.
wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim
Because it's
it was just
closing,
an
and
accidental
closing is
headbutt.
very, very
Well, no,
open-ended,
accidental
and
headbutt rips
especially
out
in
hair.
civil trials.
They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Oh, you told me the one that they took a
We all
picture
know
of
where
on the
that-
bed?
If it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said,
Guys,
"I'll
don't
fucking kill
close
you
like this.
if you ever speak
We'll
to me
talk
like
about
that
why
in
afterward.
front of my kids again, because you embarrass me." And then he took her into
Don't
the bathroom.
fucking close like this.
And she
This-
said, but
this
this
is
time,
basic
he grabbed
law
my
school
vagina,
shit.
shoved
You don't
his
have to have a
fingers
law degree
inside,
to understand why you
through
don't do
my
it.
bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held Miss Heard, or in that
There was
train
no
ride,
swelling in his cheekbone.
talk about a honeymoon. He held her up against the wall.
His
while she
occipital
was
bone
trying
was
to get his
clearly
arms off her neck.
showing
He
a
was
shadow. The
squeezing
lighting
her
was
neck against the railway car.
intensely
And
different.
at some point, I pull the lapel of his shirt. He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly.
They're paying attention to this.
Experienced
The
terrible
jury's
financial
getting
news
this.
that
I think
night.
they've stopped.
Came
The thing
over,
is, he's
they got
running the
into a
problem.
fight.
The other thing is,
Nothing
the
evidence
jury will
about
eventually
that.
just stop
Amber
listening
said,
to
I hit
you.
the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when
You
I got
have
back
to be
up,
clear and
he held
concise
me
in
down
tying
by
your
the
points to
shoulders,
facts
and
in the
that's when he
case of
grabbed
why
me
they
by the
should not
pubic
find a
bone
certain way.
and pushed
This
me
is
down.
why you.
And you'll
This
remember Miss Vasquez
is why you
showing
can't find this
her
way.
inner
This
eye
is why you can't find this way. Tie them directly, short, brief, concise. If you're gonna go into the weeds, make sure that the weeds, when they're cut, show the point you're trying to make.
That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party, where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away, on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards.
Insanity.
These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone, there's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself.
Tie what you're bringing up to some point of why their findings should go a certain direction. You need to do it. You cannot go long spouts and then say, these are all things of why you should, because they don't remember what you first fucking talked. They don't remember the middle of what you talked about.
Testify that he saw this in the hallway.
Point A, point B, point C, max. Can't find this. Point A, point B, point C, can find this.
To her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have
for financial gain,
but he didn't, because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this.
All right, guys, let me get some food.
The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself.
Oh.
You heard
Projecting.
us reading the stack of articles dating years before he...
Look at the curly-haired lady in the back just looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is going on? Like,
talking about the fact that
she's smiling now. Like, yo, these are things you learn in law school, guys.
Unreliable as an actor.
They teach you
A
this
word
shit.
of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that
You don't have to graduate from law school. This is literally like second year shit.
That Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory. Nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager.
He can say that.
Said that
I
Depp
disagree
had
with it
issues
strongly.
alcohol that damaged his career.
Can say that. He's allowed
Depp
to.
sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her.
I think so
She
too,
said
John.
Disney never committed
I
to
think so,
Pirate
too.
6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine
They're
Arnold,
not allowed
our
to admit
damages
to
expert,
that.
testified that the paper
They would get
version
sued.
of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent,
You guys want to change your
Carino,
vote
said that
on
there's
the
no contract.
on the verdict?
He didn't lose
It might take them less than 4 hours.
Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also
Right now we're
heard
looking
him
at
lie.
55%,
You heard him
4
tell you
hours
that
or
this was
longer,
his first
25%,
chance to
1
tell
hour.
the story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He
No,
only filed this
for
suit
monetary
after
gain,
he
there's a
met Adam
difference.
Waldman, the
He
same
just
Adam
left that out
Waldman who
on purpose.
convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater.
Where
and in that case,
the judge
he
made a
the same
ruling that no
witnesses.
one can figure
He was
out.
on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hawk about the counterclaim. Thank you.
Does a better job.
Yep. I'm good. Oop. I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and
Get it
extraordinary
right. She started
service.
off
We
with the
really
thank you.
appreciate it.
Doing it after
I'm going to
is
go
enough.
really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one. Because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this
She's going the opposite direction. She's going for the endearment that he failed at.
Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing. Because he wants to put her through this again.
Where's the objection?
The third time.
Look at Johnny Depp looking like, what the fuck? Huh?
So we're fighting back, and that's the counter.
Don't smirk, Johnny. Don't smirk.
She finally has said enough. Enough. And we're asking you to
She's trying to make up his deficit.
Hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer,
he's admitted
Amber,
his
his
drugs
friends,
use, all that stuff.
everybody.
Yeah.
But he's never accepted responsibility.
What are they talking about? That makes no
for anything
sense.
he's done in his life. But we're
Interesting.
asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept.
I think Elaine knows that she can't
of
afford to
hoax
pay her
for
if
the
she doesn't
defamation
win.
that he has committed, that you have heard so much about.
She's allowed to
that
say it.
just
It's closing.
Took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day.
Doesn't matter.
We're
She's allowed to
asking
frame it
you
how she
to do
wants, as
that,
long as she
to
doesn't
compensate
misrepresent
them,
his testimony.
to be fair and
They can't
hold him
do
responsible.
factual
So
misrepresentations of what's
we don't
happening in
want
court.
another
They're allowed to
lawsuit. We
provide
don't
their
want
interpretations of
anything
the
else. We wanna
facts as
leave
they see them.
Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were
I guess I'm
published.
adjusting my light.
And he gave him 2 spliced audio
Stay cool,
tapes
dude.
to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse.
Straight face, be the bear.
went with
So there's this saying
He
that,
knew
that
that
I was
Mr.
taught
Waldman
called be
was
the
doing
bear.
this.
So you guys know that bear of
Mr.
honey
Waldman was launching
that
a
sits on the
campaign
shelf?
against Amber
The
to
bear
try
does
to
not smile.
discredit her.
The
And
bear does not
timing
frown.
of this, we're
The bear
talking
doesn't do
the
shit
statements
but sit
now
there and
are
hold his honey.
April and June of
Hold your fucking
2020.
honey, keep your
The
face
trial
straight, and be
is
the
July
bear.
of 2020. So they're launching
Thank you, Todd
an
Paris.
attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr.
I turn it up as
Depp.
loud as I can.
The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney.
She's walking
He has
away from the mic
authority.
multiple times.
So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
I'll try to amplify it.
It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first
Guys
part
will hear
of
me
this
use the term
is
sword and shield
this
when it
contradicts
comes to
Mr. Depp's claims
talking
today
about
that the
defenses
first
and
time
stuff.
you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this.
Heart-rending, not heart-rending, but they draw it out.
But what else is false about this statement?
Use appropriate
It's that
English.
there was
You are a
no
lawyer.
false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not
Heart-rendering.
repeat them all.
We gotta
You
write that
heard the
down. It's a new one.
testimony.
Heart-rendering.
And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that.
Diction?
Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Witkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One of the things is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any?"
Probably why he's doing it so he doesn't hurt his
on
neck.
the Mandels. And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't.
This is
take
bad
it.
again.
He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack.
Demonize,
and
demonize,
put
demonize,
dirt on
demonize,
people.
demonize.
The second thing that Witkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated
Tie to your point.
anger
Go again.
issues that
Tie a
have
point.
nothing
Stop
to
doing
do
A,
with
B,
Amber.
C, D, E,
He
F.
remembered even back
Don't
when
make
Johnny
multiple
was
points. You
married
tie.
to his
You do one or two.
sister-in-law,
You tie.
he had
One or two. You
extreme
tie.
jealousy
That way they
even
don't
back
get
then.
lost.
And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one
He
up.
should sue her for whiplash to his
Oh,
neck.
before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman
See?
that you
Circles,
have in your,
circles,
in
circles,
your
circles.
Pocket
They're
to be
fucking
able
up.
to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD, or the LAPD for perjury.
NYPD.
Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, you know, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911.
Now
this is
all
May
possibly
21.
true.
Now,
all possibly
the clear
true.
implication here is
It's
that
an
they're
allegation.
saying that Amber got together with
Not
her
a statement
friends.
for fact.
They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything
rambling.
in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges.
Again, guys,
not
10,000
to have
foot.
him arrested.
10,000 foot.
The
Remain
exact
up here. Don't get in the
opposite of
weeds.
this.
And if you're going to
But
get in the
what
weeds,
were
make
the
sure when you
facts of
cut
May
those
21st?
motherfuckers, they
He
tie to
comes
something
over. He's already
that there's
been
something there
drinking.
that's
He's already
factually
out.
actionable.
And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down.
Everyone
and
has
then
a
she
different
continues to
version
stand
of
in
that.
between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway.
Get to the
he's
point.
Splashing the wine.
You don't
He gets
have
his
to be
bodyguards to let him
over-exaggerative.
into Penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there, too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture. Or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's
Who
afraid
fucking
they're
knows,
not gonna
Elle?
get
They're
there fast
every
enough.
fucking where.
He still remembers December
They are
15,
every fucking where.
because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on
This-
Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there.
We'll talk
the
about it
police
in a
haven't
minute.
come
It's
and
just
Johnny's gonna kill him.
fucking.
So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls
Exactly.
911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really
We'll get into
close
subjective
in
versus
proximity
objective,
here.
how
So it's
50Bs
not
work,
them,
etc.
uh-oh, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we've talked about it, we've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember,
They said there was no
Officer Haddon
evidence of a
was his
domestic
first week
disturbance.
On the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point.
She needs to be careful.
They told
She can get in trouble with the bar here.
that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name,
If she
we can
purposely
file a report and
misrepresents
make an arrest.
facts
She wouldn't
of
do it.
court
You
officers,
did
and
hear from
police officers are
Detective
officers of the court, if
Sandanaga.
she
That's the
purposely
domestic violence
misrepresents the statements or facts presented by officers of the court, she can get in trouble with the bar. She needs to be very careful here. I think they objected.
You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. That's what's happening. Remember I was just talking about that? They're preserving the issue. She can get in trouble with the bar for what she just did. She can get a lot of trouble with the bar for what she just did.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence has the cycles, they come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later.
She changed her. She changed her statement.
Whether they just decided
she's rectifying, but it might be too late. She attacked officers of the court. Police officers are considered officers of the court. It's the same as if saying the judge said something they didn't say.
Because
you got to be really careful. You got to be careful when you fuck with police officers.
So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get
she saves herself from perjury
to press charges against Johnny Depp.
That way she can tailor her story later.
Doesn't want to even let him in the
and there's
place.
no previous statement.
They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber.
Guys, I have no fucking
He says
words.
in 2 different
I have
text
no fucking
messages,
words.
772 and 773.
I'm glad that objection rose.
He says my profound
You cannot misrepresent
apologies
officers of the
in
court.
one of them,
That is
and my
entirely
apologies
unethical.
Are eternal in the other one. What is he
What they say is
apologizing
considered a
for
fact.
the next
That's why
day
police
on May
testimony is
22nd,
such a
if
bitch.
he didn't know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine.
He's telling him to keep
And
his
that's
face
'cause they're busy
straight,
and they got a
Johnny.
zillion
Don't
other
worry
things
about it.
going,
Keep
and
your
they
face
didn't remember
straight.
this call 2 months later when they were asked about it.
Be the fucking bear,
so
guys.
that's-
If you're ever in the
that's
court,
the next
be the fucking bear. The bear does not smile. The bear does not
that's
frown. The bear does not laugh. The bear does not cry.
Clearly they knew
The
it.
bear sits there and
Clearly
holds
there's
his
malice
fucking
in
honey.
making that
Be the
statement.
fucking
They're trying
bear.
to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp.
Linda,
Nothing could be
that's all I
further
can think
from the
about right now.
truth
Linda,
on that one. And
Linda,
in fact,
listen,
she
listen,
did not
Linda.
want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you?
I'm just rambling on and then just
Mr. Waldman was trying to plant
saying the name over and over as if it validates.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
The approach.
Okay. So what just happened there is she was trying to provide testimony. You cannot provide testimony. You cannot summarize as a testimonial to what someone's saying. You can't do that. She was trying to insert testimony. You can't do that. At least I think that's what it's about. Yeah, exactly. And then it just happens.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because
so there we go. She was trying to inject testimony.
Any makeup.
She just fucked up again. Another ethical complaint for the bar. You guys, you do not. This is a high-profile case. She is an experienced trial lawyer. What she just did, she knows better than to do. She knows better than to do. She was trying to inject testimony on behalf of a witness and frame it as if it was the witness, leaving some ambiguity for her to say it was her statement. You cannot do that.
Earth would she not want to
that is
cover up
highly unethical.
It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys
Again,
saw
I'm not a
there.
fucking lawyer and I recognize what's happening.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear
This is
eye
ridiculous.
makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different
I think
looks.
she's lost the plot,
and some
too.
of them
Like-
are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony. And you
That's
heard
some
makeup
sexist ass
testimony
shit.
saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer.
Men
and
can't
foundation.
understand makeup.
She
We have to
knows
look
how
at women
put
who
these
wear it all the
things in.
time. There are
And
quite a
you
few
saw
men who wear
Defendant's
fucking
Exhibit
makeup, believe it or not.
155, and you'll have the actual
You
thing in
sexist
there.
bitch.
That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up.
Men don't
anybody
understand
knowing
makeup?
anything
Then how do
about
I know
this
how it
abuse.
affects photography?
Do you honestly
How do
think
I know
she's
how it's
just
hard to
going
cover
rock
up
around for
with
the week
certain
with her
bruises and stuff?
bruises exposed?
That
Of course
foundations and other things can't do it.
Now, let's go to the
Ask
third
anybody
one.
who has severe rosacea if they can cover up their severe rosacea
And this is
with
the
makeup
abuse
effectively,
hoax.
and that they have to
He says,
learn
"We've
ways
reached
to
the
make it look
beginning
like
of the end
blush.
of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will
Ben
point
did a
out
beautiful
couple
job. No, he
things
didn't.
for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
Sorry,
And
guys, she
remember
keeps
that
getting
I was
weaker and
holding
weaker.
up,
I'm
you
gonna
don't get
jack
to
it up
see
some
them.
more.
But they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual
Objection, Your
abuse.
Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
She will have to stop when he objects. She's an experienced trial lawyer. You know what you're doing. Again, inserting testimony. You cannot do that. You cannot misrepresent. You cannot misrepresent factual statements. You cannot misrepresent officers of the court. You cannot add or infer testimony that does not exist or is not in the court record. You cannot do these things. There are very few limitations on closing arguments in civil cases. And that's just a standard across most states. The bar is so low, and yet you're not able to stay within it. How the fuck are you fucking this up? Like, how? How are you fucking this up? It makes no sense, guys. Makes no sense. I am not a lawyer, and I have been able to point out what the objection would be and when the objection was coming. She is an experienced trial lawyer. She has her fucking Juris Doctorate. She has been practicing law for 30 years almost. She knows better. It definitely provides appeal fodder for Johnny Depp, but it can get her bar complaints. That's for damn sure. The one with the police will definitely probably be asked to be a bar complaint and will be asked to be a judicial complaint. And if not, it'll be filed anonymously, but of course it'll probably be from another lawyer. The one where she basically she rectified it, so there's a little bit, there's ambiguity there, but that's a clear bar complaint. Purposely interjecting once on accident, okay, I misphrased it. The second time it's another. Let's listen.
Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment, and she didn't
Objection.
that was in there.
Dr. Spiegel did not confirm that. And she needs to fix her fucking mic. Guys, you cannot misrepresent. You can talk about testimony given how you interpret it. You cannot misrepresent the actual testimony given. You cannot do that. You also cannot add testimony.
Spiegel confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well.
He confirmed that he reviewed her notes.
Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had
Again, more addition. She's adding to what people said on the stand that they didn't say. You cannot do that.
That she went back, and because of Bonnie
Experienced trial lawyer.
she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm in fucking disbelief. I apologize. I know I'm talking, but it doesn't matter what the fuck. She's just rambling.
Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about
Elaine isn't getting back. Elaine knows what she's doing.
Of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not...
Either she knows what she's doing or she's lost her fucking shit.
And say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that?
Or she's... Well, let me be professional. Either she knows what she's doing or she's become absolutely incompetent after almost 30 years of practice.
Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating the hoax, or creating any of this, or making any of this up? That's a big question.
She better step lightly where she's going.
Gold digger, right?
They're getting ready.
She
Object. Get your hand on that fucking button.
The money. Because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said...
She dodged.
California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse.
Damn,
and she
I'm all the way up
gets
at 10
50%
dB
of
plus.
whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you've already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back end.
No, she can't say that. Object.
So she didn't need to say anything.
She
could
can't
have
do
just
that.
said,
Object.
I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your
She's
hair.
not
I'm
allowed
gonna
to.
divorce you."
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
Thank you. For fuck's sake, you can't. Okay, so there was a judgment rendered as to what she was actually owed that she agreed to. You cannot represent it as if she didn't receive what she owed in order to endear Amber to the jury. You cannot do that. This is an experienced fucking trial lawyer. You cannot do that. You cannot fucking do what she's doing. She knows better. There's no fucking way. Either she's trying to throw the case in her final argument so there's an appeal fodder to overturn it as to her lack of appropriate fucking representation. There's no fucking way. She has to know this. This is simple, basic premise shit that you learn in entry-level law school. This is unbelievable. This is fucking unbelievable, guys. Unfucking believable. It's fucking insane. You cannot say she was owed at least this. You cannot do that. It's a misrepresentation. She received what she was owed according to their agreement. You cannot then change that agreement or change the representation of that agreement based on your opinion, which is not founded in the documents that were signed or the finding of a fucking judge. You cannot fucking do that. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking retarded. Has she lost her fucking mind? And that's why this one's taken a while. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know I'm yelling. I'm really irate. This irritates me because it's the shit that prosecutors do. And it's the shit that attorneys like her do. And they give other attorneys a bad name. And this is fucking 101 shit. When I'm sitting here like, yo, object. And then you see them talking. If I fucking see it, and I am not a lawyer. I don't have a doctor's degree in fucking law, okay? I didn't graduate law school. I didn't take the bar, okay? This is simple shit.
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically
not when you're talking about that the donations have been made.
And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now, she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager.
You had to
Mr.
correct
White
it.
Actually sent the letters with the $100,000.
They called her down. They told her, you better fucking
That was
correct this,
the
or you better
initial
work
ones.
on it.
He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused.
You're
and
irate,
gave
grab
the
a
credit
pee,
to
and
Mr.
you're a
Depp,
pirate
not
like
to
Johnny.
Amber for those.
Absolutely.
Then she made payments to both, and Elon
It's
Musk
fucking
also
absurd.
made payments to both for $500,000 each.
Look,
which
look,
she didn't
she's
come
fucking
to her
laughing.
pledge, but they helped those organizations.
He's laughing at her.
At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them.
This is
But then
fucking
she
ridiculous.
got sued here and hasn't been
Did
able
my,
to
uh,
because
did
she
my
spent
mic
$6
cap during that? Did I
million
break
in
during that?
attorney's
I'm
fees.
sorry.
That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those
I hit the
pledges.
red. I'm
honor
wondering
those
if my
pledges,
mic
and
popped
she
when
said
I was
that
yelling. I
throughout,
apologize
and I
if it did.
elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital. They haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to. But she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously.
Anonymously,
But
not
Mr. Mandel would have been
unanimously.
the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast.
It doesn't matter. It's not factual to the case. It doesn't matter. She can say it.
There's
It
a
doesn't
few
factually
different types of
affect the
damages,
case.
but one of the things that the court has talked
It's just
to
an
you about,
attack.
she's
She's
told
just
you
taking
that
personal
because we
attacks. They're
have
trying to
defamation,
goad
it's
him
in
into a
evidence,
reaction.
and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages
I know.
to
Then
business
they're equating. Oh
reputation
well,
and
yeah.
to
When you're saying I'm
embarrassment
making a
are
donation,
presumed.
I'm
You
making
don't
a
have to prove
donation,
those
or
damages.
I'm pledging a
And one great
donation,
example of
but
that
not
is
I
the
made the
testimony from
donation.
Mr.
And there's a
Hamada at
difference in
Warner
the
Brothers.
context
He
of those
didn't
when
want
one is
to
when they're
have to get in the
interchangeable and when they
middle of all
become
of this with
non-interchangeable.
Aquaman 2. They
As someone
haven't
who's
released
worked
it.
with
So he didn't read
the
anything
Cystic
in
Fibrosis
preparation for his
Foundation and has
deposition.
been
He didn't
awarded by
talk
them,
to
so
anybody
I'm very
before
familiar with
his
this
deposition.
and how to
He
get out of
said
taxes.
that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated
Not
the
anymore.
contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell
You know.
her we were probably not going to renew her
Murder
option.
charges tend to do that to you.
And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never
fucking
negotiate
ridiculous.
salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition?
No,
and I
she's
hope
just
you were
everywhere.
listening
She's
carefully to
making
this,
logical
was the
points if you
email
know what to
from
follow.
James
But
Wan,
I'm
the
fucking.
director,
I'm
and
experienced with
and,
reading law,
Jason
knowing
Momoa,
law,
her
understanding
co-star,
law, working
who
with
said they
lawyers, and
guarantee
I'm
if
having
they are
trouble
in the
following
film,
her. I can just
she is gonna
imagine a
be Mara in
layman,
the film. Why would they do that?
which
unless
I'm
they
close
felt
to
Warner
anyways. Don't
Brothers
take that
was
the wrong
being
way.
unfair to her?
Again, not a
And
lawyer.
why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him, or the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going.
Yeah.
And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped
She
wanting her.
abused
L'Oreal
Johnny
won't
Depp.
use
She
her,
hit
even
him in
though
the
they've kept
face.
her on from
She
that
hit him
time.
multiple
She
times.
lost
She
3
ridiculed
different
him for being a
opportunities that
victim
were being
of
discussed
domestic
with her.
violence.
The
Yeah,
most
if
significant
the
part
roles
of
were
that, though,
inversed, no
is
one
that
would have a
Aquaman
fucking
was the
problem or a
biggest
question about it, and that is the
blockbuster
double
ever
standard
for
we live in
DC
today.
films.
Fuck you.
It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster, this was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as
Is this
it's
her
coming
mega?
out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract.
mega file?
She
Really?
got the stand. All of those things were happening
The
because
fuck?
of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon
Yeah, she
movie.
abused someone.
And then they gave her a
She
hard time about
beat
Aquaman
her
2.
spouse.
And instead
Yeah,
of the
of
career
course she got fucking
trajectory
shut down.
of the other
Oh, you
competitors
fucking
who all
cunt.
went way up.
Yeah,
and by
I
the
said
way,
it.
all
Fuck
the
her.
experts admit that career trajectory went well for
Yeah,
all
we're
the
gonna
rest
have
of them.
lots
She's
of
the
clips
only
from
one
this
that didn't
bitch.
have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now,
I shouldn't be
Jessica
this emotionally invested in
Kravitz,
something, but this shit
I
is
don't
what
know if you
pisses me
remember
off.
her, but she was
Because
her
I've been
agent.
through this shit. I've
She
dealt with it.
said,
I've dealt with the
"Everybody
Me Too
just
problem.
stop
I've dealt with all
The
this
producers
bullshit where
don't
people
want
are
it, the directors
misusing
don't want it, nobody
real
wants it.
women's
Just can't
struggles,
get the
real
traction,
women's
and we
problems,
should have been able
real
to
women
get
who
the
have been
traction,
abused, and
and
real
they
women
say
have
it's
been
because of
raped,
those
and real
statements.
women who have had their
So,
partner take them to
Catherine
the fucking
Arnold,
trash can
gave
because they
you,
couldn't stand up to them
some good
financially.
estimates on
And
this,
she is
gave you
she
a
is
very
oh
good
my
basis for
god,
it.
I can't
And
fucking stand
She
it.
didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV
Close to an
opportunities.
objection.
But she used the base that
churned
Amber
tail
had.
right
So
there
she
at the
used
very
the $4
crisp
million
end.
from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million.
But they have some legally grounded, foundable issues if they would just present them correctly.
The
Gee,
emotional
that's the
distress
problem.
damages
They do
are
have a
even more
case.
extreme here.
Against
And that
defamation.
is-
Defamation is a
Don
really fucking
Hughes
high bar,
testified
especially against a public
extensively
figure.
about the PTSD
But
and what
they're
she
just
goes through. And every
they're
time
every
she's called a
fucking
liar,
where, and they're
every
not
time these
tying
folks
them
things
to the
come up,
factual
everything,
reasons of why
it
you shouldn't
causes her to
find. She's
relive
just
all of
rambling.
it. She talks about the panic
I was talking this
attacks,
whole
the
time, and she said
nervousness, the
nothing
intrusive
meaningful.
thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her.
By the way, guys, we're
She's
playing
getting death
Minecraft
threats.
while talking
Her
shit.
daughter,
Tonight's
they're
podcast.
threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sake.
On Twitch.
She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, "Fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her." We're not asking you to give $100 million.
Because you couldn't justify those damages.
The damages in this case.
And
just
tort
be
is
fair and
triplicate.
reasonable in whatever you
We'll talk
determine
about
by
tort and
following the
triplicate
evidence
and
instruction.
what a tort
But we
case
do ask
is
that you
and the difference
fully
between
and fairly
compensatory and punitive
compensate
damages.
Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
Yo, I had to take a deep breath, y'all. I apologize. I got real silent. Just that was ridiculous. She overstepped so many rules there ethically. That was frustrating, and I'm not even a fucking lawyer. I can just imagine lawyers watching this like, what the fuck?
Let's come back at 2:10.
These are well-established known rules. Experienced trial lawyers should not have
plaintiffs
this
have
problem.
39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
Defendants have 6 minutes.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right, thank you.
Boom. They have 6 minutes. They got fucked. Johnny loud them and baited them. That's why they were trying not to object. I get why they were trying to hold their objections. But they were letting them fuck themselves. They have 6 minutes on their rebuttal, which means that they're going to hear from Johnny's side for 41 minutes at the end. Oh, I think they just accidentally televised the jury. That's a problem. Oh, no, they didn't. Okay. Yo, look at that smile right there. That's awesome. Oh, wait, maybe they did. Where did that man come from? Oh, he came out of the crowd. Yeah, okay, he's not a juror. He might be an alternate. Alright, guys, we got about an hour to kill. That was some crazy shit. We're going to talk about it. But first, we're going to get a 10-minute break. Everyone who's here, say aye, Captain, and we're going to keep this train rolling. We got 21 votes on how long it's going to take for the jury to return a verdict. We're going to keep that rolling because it just keeps going up. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, guys. Also, hit the notification bell and select all because my notifications apparently have not been going out to people because I get overwhelmed by bigger channels. It really helps me. Really helps the algorithm if you hit that like button, and especially if you hit the notification bell. Make sure you're subscribed. Thank you guys so much for participating inside the chat. It really helps me out also, keeping this train going. You guys are fucking awesome. What meal do you call it at 3:15 a.m.? Fucking early breakfast? Aye, captains. All right, captains, we're going to get going with this in just a few minutes, Crusader Squad. We're going to take a 10-minute break real quick so I can get into smoke. take a piss, grab some drink, and then we're going to start talking about what the fuck just happened, because that was some shit. That was some shit. That was some bullshit. All right, we'll be right back. We're going to wait for this minute to pass. We're going to break down what happened. I want to go ahead and apologize, guys, for the outburst of profanity. I try to keep it as family friendly as possible, but given the content of what's in this trial, of the talk about sex and drug abuse and alleged sexual violence, and the things that are being put forth, if you're letting your kids watch this, well, that's your choice as a parent. But I don't think that the few cuss words I said are going to hurt any more than what was exposed during this trial. But I do apologize, and I'm sorry about that. Man. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's rebuttal closing because of claim counterclaim. Excuse me, guys. That's my phone. Hello? Yeah, I'm coming to get Kai at 5. All right. No, I'm talking about some children who don't need to hear cuss words. Bro, what you guys saw Cardboard lose his motherfucking shit is what y'all saw, and I apologize. Let's transition to the big screen. All right, guys. Let's talk about a few things that happened here. And I won't lie, I am honestly fucking astonished, and not in a good way. So, let me compose myself and stop cussing so much. All right, guys. So, a few things. Amber Heard's trial lawyers are experienced litigators, okay? Inexperienced litigators, you expect certain things to happen or may happen because they just don't know any better, okay? Or they're not as experienced, and so they do things and they get into a flow and they're not thinking about exactly what they're saying, okay? That is expected, okay? But not during high-profile trials. And not by a litigation team in which has 50 years of experience amongst themselves. Okay? The two lawyers. I can't even remember her name right now. Give me a second. Oof, man. It's insane. Rottenborn and Elaine are just, it's just, how do I even say? Yeah, I know, Elaine. I know. Thank you. I appreciate it, though. It's just, guys, they're experienced litigators, right? So we're going to talk really briefly about what I was talking about, how you can't impugn officers of the court. We're going to talk about what an officer of the court is. So let's go ahead. We're going to transition. And I'm going to pull this up and then I'll show it on the screen, okay? So an officer of the court is any person who has an obligation to promote justice and uphold the law, including judges, clerks, court personnel, police officers, and attorneys. And in parentheses on attorneys, it says who must be truthful with the court and obey court rules. All right, so when you file a motion, all right, so what happens is with people who are officers of the court, okay, and you can look this up in the Wikipedia article, but we're going to talk about something they're probably not going to tell you in the Wikipedia article, okay? Officers of the court, their testimony and what they say, depending on who they are, right, and we're going to talk about the differences here in a moment. And again, guys, not a lawyer, just talking about my experience while working in law offices, and while going to school to get my law degree. I have never passed a bar. I do not hold a Juris Doctorate, okay? I am not licensed to practice law. I am not giving a legal opinion. I am speaking on the things that I know from my experience or that I have been told by legal professionals who do hold those things. Okay? So, disclaimer out the way. So, an officer of the court is given a certain level of deference, okay? And a weight is applied to their words that is heavier than that of a normal person coming before the court. So, with lawyers, when they file a motion, what is contained within the motion is considered to be true to the best of their knowledge and is given the weight and deference of that and not held in skepticism. Sorry. Now, that does not apply when they get on the stand, all right? When they start testifying, there's a whole different set of rules that applies to them, and they get treated like a normal witness, okay? But it's still expected that their testimony is truthful and they're held to the standards of an officer. All right. Now, police officers are given weight and deference and are allowed to sometimes testify to things that normal people would not be allowed to testify to, and are given exceptions specific to their job and their duties that allow them to give testimony that a normal person would not normally be able to enter. Okay? Now, this is because they are police officers and they're supposed to be truthful, and their whole job is to uphold justice, and they represent the state and the state's interest. Okay? Which I have a problem with on the prosecution side, but we're not going to get into that. Okay? We're talking about a civil case here. You cannot impugn the characterization or testimony of a police officer or an officer when they talk about whether or not they felt that an alleged crime had happened or not. Okay? You cannot call into question their testimony in your closing because you are impugning the integrity of a officer of the court. Okay? This is how I understand it. All right? You cannot do this. It is a known fact. It is basic law. It is basic law. Okay? It is a basic premise. All right? And it is a basic ethical standard. Now, what is an ethical standard? Ethical standards are the shit that will get you disbarred. Some ethical standards are worse than others to violate. All right? Example, you have a thing called a trust as a lawyer. If your trust doesn't check out and you can't account for the money that's supposed to be in your trust, you're probably getting disbarred. Okay? Now, you misrepresent a fact on accident on behalf of your client because you did it from believing them and with information and belief, but you forgot to put the words information under information and belief inside of your pleading, right? That's a minor infraction. You're probably not going to get in trouble for that shit. Okay? Misrepresenting statements given in the case in which you are litigating, all right? Not misrepresenting them as in your interpretation, okay? You're allowed to interpret their statements however you want. It can be so off the wall it doesn't matter, but you can interpret their statements. What you cannot do is misrepresent their statements or the interpretations that they stated that they had, okay? You also cannot misrepresent their testimony to infer actions that they never inferred, happened, neither implied nor suggested. You can't do that. Again, basic fucking law. Okay? Basic rules of ethics. All right? She did it twice. Twice. All right? This is ridiculous. You cannot add testimony to what someone said. You cannot add facts to what someone stated. Okay? You can talk about how you interpret what they stated or what facts they said, however you want. Your interpretation and how you think the jury should find, you can speak to that all fucking day long. All day long. Period. I'm really trying not to cuss, guys, but this is just really disconcerting. Okay? I'm a drunk, I rarely pass a bar. Got you. Cool. Oh, we had to talk about that. Do you guys know actually what pass the bar means? So if we go back and we look at the court and we go back and we look here, go here. So get that clear shot of the bar. Come on. Give it to me. All right, so this area right here in front of the judge and where the court reporter is, right? This area between the two tables, as you get in front of them, that's called the well. You don't go into the well unless you get the permission of the judge or you're called forward by a clerk or a deputy. This deputy in specific called the bailiff. All right? That's the well. All right? So then... Okay, so we're going to talk about the bar. You guys see this right here? You'll see this in every courtroom. This piece that divides the gallery from the actual courtroom, okay? That is called the bar. You do not pass the bar unless you've passed the bar, which gives you the permission to pass the bar. Okay? You do not come in front of this unless you have permission from the court, or you have passed the bar, or you work with someone who has passed the bar. Okay? So, taught me that, Danny Crane. You know what can I say? What can I say? So, anyways, that's where passing the bar comes from. All right. Now, back onto serious subjects. All right. So, we talked about really briefly what officer of the court is, where she fucked up, what she did. Okay? All right. So, in civil cases, there's the difference between subjective belief and objective belief, right? Subjective belief means that subjectively looking at all the facts, it appears to me that this is true. Okay? Subjective belief is usually the standard in civil law as I understand it. For example, let's take into account North Carolina's 50Bs. Okay? A 50B is a domestic violence restraining order. All right? Domestic violence restraining orders, all that they require is a subjective belief that the person is in danger by their previous intimate partner. Okay? That's all it takes. Subjective, not objective. Now, what does that mean? It means that she just has to show an honest, that whoever's filing it, not just she or he, has to show a subjective belief that they are in danger or that the person intends to incur bodily harm upon them or their children, right? Period. And show actions thereof. Objective belief means that someone from the outside would believe that they were in danger, etc., if they were in that person's shoes, okay? And that there's an objective belief, that I am objectively able to qualify that there is a need or a need that arises to a true and insurmountable fear, all right? There are two different things. There are two different legal standards. One is much easier to meet. Subjective is much easier to meet than objective, okay? It's very hard to provide an objective proof on something that can be as emotional as a restraining order, okay? That's why restraining orders don't mean shit, because they're ex parte, which most of the time, not always, but when they're approved, when you go the first time and they're approved, usually the first time you show up, it's ex parte, and the judge decides to either grant it or move it to open hearing, where both parties can be heard. But ex parte means that one party is not there, and you get awarded based off of only testimony that is in no way opposed, all right, or in any way questioned. So, the standard of proof is much lower in civil cases. Restraining orders are a civil matter, not a criminal matter, okay? They do not imply any criminal wrongdoing. They are not a basis for criminal action. They can be used against you in criminal courts, but they can't. They're not a basis for criminal action, and they have a very low standard, and they've given very little weight, for lack of better words. I can't remember the name for the legal term. So when they're talking about this, the need to be objective proof, that shit don't exist. That's not in the statute. None of that doesn't make any sense. All right. So that goes against the elements and burden of proof, right? Which they were talking about. And subjective versus objective belief. Subjective belief does not require hard evidence proof of the fact. It means that subjectively, can I see that this fits this notion? And juries are allowed to do that shit, as far as I know. So the other thing is they are going in fucking circles. I now know why they were so inclined not to object when they should be objecting. Like, I'm sitting there, you object. Like, it's a clear objection. You need to object to that. It's bad. It's wrong. What they're doing is literally against the rules. You cannot do that. and they were stuttering on it, right? And I was wondering why. They were letting them run out the clock. Going last is very important. It has an effect on a case when you get to present your closing arguments last. It is preferred to be able to do so. Be right back, Hubs just got home from being home, gone away. Okay, gotcha. Absolutely. Will do. We will let you know. Guys, you can't, the burden of proof is different. The elements needed for burden of proof is different in a civil court than a criminal court, and it's an entirely different standard. All right, and we're going to leave it there. Standard is exactly what it is. It's the standard that you have to meet. All right? Much lower. The bar is much lower to get things in and what's required as far as proof to prove things in a civil court. All right. All right, yep. The other thing, man, they're just going in fucking circles. Like, okay, so here's the thing. He used a basic premise of closing argument that's used in civil cases a lot, which is where it's an attackful closing, okay, which attacks the jury as irrational if they find a certain way. Now, this is a gamble, especially with cases that are considered close, which this one is. Okay, that's a hella gamble. Okay, so what he was wanting to do is he was basically using guilt. Well, if you find this way, you're attacking the First Amendment. Okay, that's a guilt. So he used an appeal to emotion, right? If you feel for this woman, if you feel for victims of domestic violence, then you can't find against her, or else you're damaging all future domestic violence people, and no one wants to be, on the side of wife beaters. Is basically what he was saying, right? That's what he was saying. It's a horrible fucking argument. Horrible argument. If you want people to hate you, put them in that position. Now, there is a way to overcome that, and that's what we're going to get to. But he did an appeal to emotion, and then an implication of guilt, okay, with the First Amendment and attacking the First Amendment, and also, an appeal to emotion that hey, if you care, if you're a caring, honest person, which is also a form of guilt, but he used overall, it's an attack. It's an attack. It's an attackful closing, right? So an appeal to emotion and an inference of guilt. Or a reference to need of guilt, if you find a certain way. Now, you overcome this by after you do that, you have to follow up with strong points as to why it makes sense, why it would be wrong, and then you have to endear yourself and endear your client so that you overcome the harm that you've inflicted upon these people's emotions, their integrity, and their pride, that they would ever side with these type of people, and that somehow by ruling a certain way or believing what they believe, that they're an awful person. You have to overcome that by endearing yourself and endearing your client to them. Okay? They didn't fucking do that. They rambled a lot. They talked about things that had no factual relevance. They talked about how things had no factual relevance, and then went into why these things were factually relevant after the fact. They said, "Oh, none of this matters. All of his abuse, all of his drug use, all of their drug use, all of her abuse doesn't matter. All we need to know is, was what she said bad? Did it somehow impugn his character purposely and negatively? Blah 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 blah. All that shit, right? For defamation." And then they went into his drug use, his habits, and everything. That all the shit they said didn't matter. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Does not make any fucking sense. All right. So, when you're doing that, you have to be clear and concise. This thing and this thing are the reason why you can't find this. And also, this thing and this thing is also why you can't find this. You can't go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and then this is why you can't find this. Because they don't remember all the way to fucking U and V. It just doesn't happen. I'm sorry. I really need to stop cussing so much. I'm driving people away. I apologize. We're going to stop. It's insanity to me, guys. It's straight insanity to me. This makes absolutely no sense. None. No sense whatsoever. I don't get what they're doing. I don't get how they're doing it. I don't get why they're doing it. It's just it's insanity to me. All right. So, onward and tally ho. Man, we are losing viewers faster than anything I've ever seen in my life. People clearly do not want to hear me talk. So, I apologize. All right, so punitive versus compensatory damages and what is tort? Okay, so this is what an action that's called tort. Tort awards in triplicate. Okay, so what we're gonna go and we're gonna talk about what is tort. We're gonna give you the basically what is tort law. Concept of tort law is covers most civil lawsuits. In general, any claim that arises in civil court, with the exception of contractual dispute, falls under tort law. The concept of tort law is to redress a wrong done to a person and provide relief from the wrongful acts of others, usually by awarding monetary damages as compensation. Now, notice what that says. Usually by awarding monetary damages as compensation. Compensatory damages. So, I'm going to compensate you for the damages inferred. That's compensatory damage. So whatever it costs you, we're going to make up for that. Okay. Now, punitive damages. These are the thing. Now we're going to award you money to punish the other party for what they did. Okay. So, tort law is basically requires those to be found at fault for harming others to compensate the victims. Typical harms are past and future income, payment of medical expenses, payment of pain and suffering, and then the punitive damages that are used to punish the plaintiff in excess of full compensation. It requires a lot of things like intentional acts, negligence, strict liability. There's all types of stuff, guys. Intentional tort has a whole different thing. For example, Hulk Hogan was intentional tort with Gawker, where they awarded him basically $140 million in damages because Gawker intentionally invaded his privacy to get video of a sex act with him. So yeah. That's tort. That's what all that is. So yeah. All right. So he goes into things. So in the closing, you saw not Rosenbaum, but Rottenborn. Rottenborn went into all types of things that he said were not important or pertinent to the case, and he went in real depth and was not clear or concise. Was not tying points to specifics for the need for findings or lack thereof. It's just insane. Oh man, you're fine, John. I wasn't like talking about you, my man. I appreciate you. We just went from 15 viewers to 5. That's all. It's not you in specific, dude. You're here. He goes, yeah. So whenever you guys, when you close, you have to be sweet and concise. But let's get back to what you're talking about. Going last is really important. So basically, Johnny Depp's team trapped them into effectively going last because on the rebuttal, Johnny Depp's team has 41 minutes left and they have 6. 41 minutes versus 6. That is effectively the same as going last because what are you going to say in 6 minutes? You can say a lot, but not as much as you need to. Not to make up for the 41 minutes of beating they're about to deliver to you. Oh, thank you, Dave Hennessy, for subscribing. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, my dude. There was a cute little dinosaur that was hopping up and down on my screen. I dig it. So, but yeah, guys, you have to understand what these things mean because it's very important them going last. It basically means that your facts are last in the jury's mind. That's what they're thinking about when they exit the courtroom to go make their deliberations. And so they really cost themselves by going so deep-winded up front. They really cost themselves the ability to go last. They're no longer really going last. They're getting a little response back at the very end, not getting to present their case last, and that's a problem. Now this is going to really hurt. Now this may really help Amber's team well, not Amber's new team after this, when they go for appeal, because there's going to be all types of actions that are going to be relevant here. The closing and the way it was fumbled could definitely be appeal fodder. I'm not sure that they could prove it changed the outcome. It depends on what the outcome is and how the outcome is found and how close the outcome is. But yeah, it's going to be insane to watch. So we shall see what happens and go from there. All right. So that's all we got for right now. Let's see, when are we supposed to be back? Let's go and see when she said we're supposed to be back. We're already past like 30 minutes, so 35. Okay, here we go.
Closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch we'll come. All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case. We'll submit the case to you. And then after lunch we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do not do any outside research, okay?
Did she set a time limit on it?
All right. So let's come back at 2:10.
2:10. Okay, so we got 20
just
minutes.
For the record, plaintiffs
All right.
have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
Yo,
9 minutes left for rebuttal.
She yelled. Listen.
Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay? I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right.
This is. I'm glad we watched this. I have not been so riled up in a long time, especially not from a court case. Shit is crazy. We have 22 votes. 59% of people think it's going to take 4 hours or longer. 23% 1 hour. 14% 2 hours. 3 hours 5%. Sorry guys, I was only able to do 4 responses, so. Oh man. I'm so confused as to what the fuck they think they have to be setting this up. They have to be setting. They have to be setting up for an appeal where they're not the team that's doing the appeal. Their representation is going to come into question. Absolutely. This is just fucking nuts. Let's see what Ricade is talking about.
Because the court action against speech is an implication on your freedom. So you do have to make sure that there is no freedom of speech there. But it's not being done well. But at least he's doing it, and it's being done better than the other argument. So Maiden Iron says, I just want.
Yeah, they're having the same conversation. So the arguments being made are just poor in quality. I mean, it's being made, but it's just poor in quality. The way they did it, the way they approached it is just absolutely wrong. You don't attack the jury, especially not when the jury is already on edge. You don't use an attackful approach. There's other ways to make an appeal to emotion, and then also what you want to do is, instead of guilting them, you want to embolden them. You have a chance to stand up for the First Amendment and show that that there's attacks on freedom and a woman's ability to discuss and declare and openly talk about their experiences as women and the domestic violence that domestic violence victims experience. This is your time. This is your chance to stand up for what's right. This is your moment here. In this one moment, you have a chance to make things right and to show that America is not what people say it is, and that what's being portrayed in the media and everywhere else with Me Too and Black Lives Matter, that we will not silence and squelch the voices of those who are what's the word I'm looking for? You get what I'm saying. Who are held down and oppressed, those who have less of a voice and are a minority and therefore don't have as much of a voice as the majority. And you have a chance today to right that wrong, to be that savior, to be the person that will say, no, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not allow this to move forward. We will not say that you cannot talk about the things that have happened to you as a woman in these vicious and horrible circumstances, that you have a voice, that you have a right to have a voice, and we will not let that be silenced just because it makes some men, some rich white men, uncomfortable. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. Much better approach than what he did. Because it's emboldening, it's empowering, it's fervent, right? It gets them excited. You want the jury to be on your side, and you do not do that when you're already in a close case where the jurors may not be on your side. Then attacking any juror who may go on the other side of your argument, right? In your initial, and then after, and appealing to their emotions first, which is an ask. When you appeal to emotion, you're asking them to do something for you on an emotional basis. Okay, it's an ask, right? It's a plea to them, right? And then an attack that they're a bad person and they don't believe in the First Amendment if they find against you, right? In a close case where they may already be against you. You don't do that. Not how you win. Okay? It's not how you win. I hope they get slayed for that. I hope to God they fucking get slayed for that too. I would have put 15 minutes if well, an hour and under. It's just like The Price is Right. You know, you can't go over. You can only be under. Right? 4 hours or longer, they ain't getting nothing. Nothing today, at least. I gotta go pick up my son at 5. I gotta leave here at 4:30 to go pick up. We got a little bit. But we will definitely be talking about it. Oh, by the way, we'll wait for some more people to get back. But tonight's podcast will be on Twitch, so make sure to catch us there at twitch.tv/the Cardboard Crusader. But yeah. Man, this is just fucking insanity, dude. Fucking insanity. I think their reputation is pretty rubbished at this point. They've hung everything on this case because it's huge and got caught out. Even so, you don't fumble at the end. Don't fumble at the end. They had legitimate points. They do have a basis in law as to why Johnny should not win. It's really a swing. It can go either way. But they had good arguments, First Amendment arguments, and that freedom's being infringed, and a basic attack on your freedom to expression and the right to free press is in question here, right? And that freedom being restricted is a great thing. It is a great burden to overcome. Not great thing, a great burden to overcome. To infringe upon a constitutional freedom, there needs to be great and abound reason for that to happen. Not me. I see you taking it. I was like, yeah, she's gonna have to get some OnlyFans after this shit. Exactly. Amber only. Hey, she has a niche already. She's already comfortable taking shits on beds. You know. Drop a steaming pile right on camera. How many dudes would pay for that? Apparently, a lot of them, because there's some weird motherfuckers out here. Her OnlyFans is just her dropping turds on beds and dudes' chests. Oh, she's bisexual. Females too. Jane Lemon laws don't cover bad clients. I want to kick it off. I want to kick it off bed over wet fart. Fuck's sake, what? Yeah. I can't believe what just happened in that courtroom. I'm still awestruck. What's up, Pure Yogurt? What's going on, man? How you doing? Good to see you. Make sure you launch your vote. Shit has been crazy, man. I have never seen anything like this, and I have been involved with law practices for the last 9 years. Okay, close to a decade. All right? I have never, ever seen anything like this. It is nuts. But good to see you, homie. Glad you can make it. It was a shit show. And it'll be back on in about 11 minutes. Welcome back, Jay. Our Austrian friends have joined us for a moment, I guess. So that's good. Well, we got 23 votes. Feeling sick, unfortunately? I'm sorry, my man. I hope you feel better very soon. I could try it in German, but I probably butcher it. Ich hoffe, du hust. Fuck, I can't do it right now, man. Sorry. I don't know the word for better soon. I don't know. I think it's... I tried. What is the word for better? Like the feeling of better, like feeling better. Not better as in okay, like things are all right. Oh, son of a bitch. Now I actually want to know, so. Besser? Is it besser? Because better is a German rooted word. It should be besser. I'm probably so mispronouncing that, but basically it's B-E-S-S-E-R. Let's find out. Oh. I'm right. Thank you, Google Translate. I was so close. I was so close, guys. So here's how close I was. Ich hoffe, du hust dich. Cannot pronounce that one ever right. Besser. I was close. Been years. So guys, for those who don't know, I've been trying to practice speaking German because I feel bad because whenever they're in there, they feel the need to speak English. And when I've had to, we were going through and I was having to listen to German songs, bad German hip hop. And, my brain started to hurt because I was translating what they were saying, like trying to understand, like there were a lot of cuss words. So it was pretty easy. I know a lot of the cuss words. But my brain started to hurt. And I was like, I know how the fuck you feel now when you guys are talking about your head hurts trying to always talk in English. So I've been making a conscious effort to learn more German. Well, to get back my German. I've always been bad at pronouncing it, so yeah. Yeah, sure. Please do. Correct the fuck out of me. Here, let me unmute myself. There we go. I'm working on it.
Wait. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear your own voice over my call? Because I don't have headphones at the moment and you're on loud mode.
Okay, well I just put it on mute inside of the inside of voice. So there you go.
I'm trying to say if so you muted Cardboard.
Yeah, I'm muted here, but I'm not on the stream. Are you still in the stream? I muted on the stream. I thought you wanted me to mute here so you could listen to the stream.
No,
okay, cool.
I didn't want to disturb you.
You're fine. You don't have to have it up. You'll come through loud and fine here.
Okay.
So
it's just hard to listen.
To me butchering your language. Yeah. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. So, the right way to pronounce it would have been Ich hoffe, dir geht's bald besser. But there isn't one specific saying. It's just there isn't one way to tell it.
Is it you literally say bald? Dich bald besser?
Bald means in soon.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So how are you doing, Carlford? I'm really not up to date. I have slept almost the whole day.
I have had some sleeping problems myself. I missed streaming yesterday. We restreamed it again. I did that 2 days in a row. But today I'm doing better. I've been working on software while listening to them go back and forth. And I literally, in 10 years of dealing with working with and around and actually in law firms, and while also going to school to study law, again, not an attorney or anything, but I have never seen what I just saw in closing arguments, and it is insane.
I've seen you're watching the Johnny Depp trial. Am I right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. There's very few times where you see high-profile civil litigation cases tried where in front of a TV camera. Like criminal cases, you see that pretty often. But high-profile civil litigation is very rare. So it's a very unique chance to look at some law that you rarely see practiced unless you go sit in a courtroom. So
to be honest, I was really surprised you can look at the whole trial up on YouTube, because in here in Austria, and I think in the whole of Europe, unless it's really a public trial where all the media has an interest in it, there isn't such thing as watching a YouTube video about the trial. But I thought it would be strange, but as far as you told me, that isn't the case usually.
No, so they do mute a bunch of parts, such as like the sidebars and stuff, that make sure that you're not hearing conversations between attorneys and their clients, and you're not hearing the conversations between the judges and the attorneys, right? Those are highly privileged.
Oh, so they're all mic'd up as well.
Yeah, they're all mic'd up, right? But the thing is that they have to hit the button to turn the mic on. Now Amber Heard's team has been horrible with this, but it's fine because they do their best. The TV crew has a court order they're supposed to abide by that they have, because it can get them in a lot of trouble. Where they know, hey, we're not supposed to broadcast this audio, cut the mic, right? And they've been doing that. And they've been, anytime an objection is lodged, you know that the judge and the attorneys are about to have a privileged conversation. They cut the mics, right? So they've been doing a good job. There are a lot of rules and stuff around it, but it's very rare to get to see what we call civil court litigated live on national television, especially with such a high profile civil litigation. It's very rare, and so being able to see it is beneficial if you're someone who likes to study or read law, which is currently my status, because I study and read law because I eventually want to go back and finish my law degree, I'm pre-law still, so I'm not doing a JD MBA program. Long story short, I was able to take courses before I was I would normally be able to take them, blah, 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 blah. It's what happens when you do a dual program and then it got shut down because the local law school got shut down. So anyways, moving forward. But it's just been insane, dude. But they did a whole bunch of stuff that like they violated premises on so just the stuff that's technical stuff, like stuff you're supposed to know as an experienced trial lawyer from experience. They messed up just how you do closings in closed cases, how you do arguments, empowering arguments versus guilt-based arguments, right? Plea to emotions and how those are supposed to work, which are an ask. And if you're going to do an ask, you also don't do an attack in your closing on the actual jurors. There's rules around this shit, right? And so, but then they went and violated actual like legal rules, such as you're not allowed to impugn the character of the testimony of officers of the court, meaning like police officers, judges, court investigators, stuff like that.
Assume there will be consequences for that.
So that is the very serious one. And I was saying live, I was like, object, before they were like, yo, you need to object, absolutely object. And they eventually did. But yeah, that's the one that will get you a bar complaint, and it'll get them an infraction. It probably won't get them disbarred, but it will get them an infraction for damn sure if it goes to the bar.
What's an infraction? Oh, never mind. I'm gonna Google it.
Oh damn, you're maxing out the red bar. I'm sorry for people who are getting their ears hurt. I turned it down. I apologize. So an infraction.
Verstoß.
That.
Verstoß.
Okay, I get it. I have looked up the word. Yeah, of course. Oh, I have to apologize. I'm really tired, and I have a really bad headache. So, to everybody on the stream, I'm not really able to kind of create correct English sentences that actually mean anything. So
you're doing fine.
I'm apologizing beforehand.
You're doing amazingly well, but dude, trust me, your English is perfect. Fine.
Oh, I'm gonna go put some socks on and make myself some warm milk, but I'm gonna be back in a minute.
All right, man. I'll see you in a little bit. So, guys, that's pure yogurt. We play a video game called we did play a video game together called Elite Dangerous, where we play ride in spaceships and go shoot pirates and fun stuff. I'm sorry, man. I didn't notice it was maxing red. So there we go. It's fixed. But I have him turned up because usually his mic is low. So wait, no, he was at normal volume. It's his buddy. And they both are commonly on the podcast. They come through, they chill, they talk. They have unique points of view as they're from actual Western Europe or Middle Europe, but still considered Western Europe. So interesting. They're back in. All right. No, they're not. Oh, I don't have it on live. That's why.
Explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony.
All right, we're like 2 minutes behind.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. and Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues.
Should be better now.
They mischaracterized the testimony of
There we
Detective
go.
Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying.
Yep.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th.
Audio is so bad, guys. I'm sorry.
And she walked into court
The source.
in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence
Oh, shit.
About what
Thank
she
you.
donated.
I'm still
And
working
you
on this,
watched
guys,
her.
sometimes.
You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed
I'm not used to
December
operating in
18th,
studio mode.
2018, that she was a
That's on me.
public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a
Can you guys hear what she's saying?
representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp
My volumes are showing
finally
that they're
decided
low.
to fight, to
Okay.
clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was
Let me turn
magic
it up.
and bliss,
Hey, I'm
with
back,
absolutely no violence.
but I'm not gonna talk.
Her story
Yeah, we're
is
in
a
closing
constantly
arguments. Give me a
moving
moment.
Target. It never
They're back.
stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come
Fear.
to an end. The
Science.
time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth.
Eyeing it to the point.
I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words
Getting
she
an ethical
published in an
requirement.
op-ed about Mr. Depp.
Call to
Ms.
action.
Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard
Statement of
has
fact.
no right to tell the world that
Call
Mr.
to
Depp
action.
physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech.
Call to action.
Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech.
Call to action.
And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in
Only
this
for the
country.
state, but good
A
job.
person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself.
Appeal to
That's why
emotion.
Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an
Patient.
abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court, where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you,
Perfect.
ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process.
There's the call to action. That's how you do this, guys. That's how you do that.
When
That's
Mr.
how you're
Depp
supposed to do
sued
it.
her, Ms. Heard apparently decided
Short,
she needed to sue
simple.
him back. And because there were no
Valid
statements
points,
made by
why
Mr.
it matters.
Depp
Valid
on
point,
which
why it
she
matters.
could
Valid
base the
point,
claim,
why it matters.
she sued
Justification,
him
call to action.
based on statements
Fuck
made
yes.
by one of his lawyers,
Perfect. Textbook.
Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax.
That was fucking
Make
perfect,
no
guys.
mistake, though. They are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who is really the one alleging a hoax here?
Just
Who
for
wants you to
my
believe that
info, who's talking
everyone
right
else
now?
is lying,
So is this like
committing perjury?
attorney or something?
This
Ms.
is
Heard
Johnny
needs
Depp's
you to
attorney,
believe
yes.
that all the people who showed up in this
Okay.
courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard.
Tying it
This
to a
case
purpose.
is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world.
Tying it to a purpose.
Keenan
Auto
Wyatt,
motion.
who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former
Rebuttal.
LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm
It's
Connolly,
beautiful.
he worked in the prisons in the UK.
Statement of
Starling
fact.
Jenkins, a former U.S.
Justification.
Marine. Travis
Statement of
McGivern,
fact.
also another former police officer.
Justification.
Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr.
Qualifying
David
statement.
Kipper.
Qualifying
Ms.
statement.
Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor.
Qualifying statement.
Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse.
All
Officer
justifications to why they
Sines,
should be believed.
an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of
Statement of
domestic
fact.
abuse. Officer Gatlin,
Field of
Brandon
intellect.
Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro
Statement again.
Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward
Tying
White,
it to fact.
Mr. Depp's business
She's
manager.
doing the
Laura
small
Wasser,
things in subways.
most
Like
famous
she just tied it to a
divorce
fact that he
lawyers
did
in
it for his car because he
California.
had to go to work. He's an honest,
Morgan
hardworking
Knight.
man. This is beautiful.
Beverly Leonard.
I
Morgan
love this
Tremaine,
lawyer. I want to marry
Kate
her.
Moss, and all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman
He's being the
got
bear,
some details
doing his
wrong.
job. Be the bear.
She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying.
Bear does not look in anger.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help
Bear
her
just
with
sits
this
on the
narrative.
shelf and holds.
Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard.
I'd hire her.
2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed,
Yes.
Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered, that it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company, or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse.
Dealing with a personal matter.
And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it,
go ahead and end the poll,
or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed?
She's getting a little long-winded, though.
That's an important question.
Needs to wrap it up.
It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once.
Or stop being so
Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not.
I'm sorry, I was talking to a muted mic. I said, yeah, so this is the rebuttal witness. Basically, they get to talk unabated during closing, and then the other side gets to go. But because Amber's side, unless you're Amber's team, and then you get justified
refer to Mr. Depp. And the
objections that
on these points
possibly will get you in trouble with the bar, but that's besides the point.
Ms. Heard
you get to sit here, give your case, and make your points uninterrupted.
May 27th, 2016.
Amber's team used up so much of their time that basically, even though they're supposed to go last, which is a valuable privilege, they only get 6 minutes, so they might as well. They're really not going last. They're just getting a small chance to say something back. It's insane.
And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard.
Sorry, Luna, I was talking.
It was timed to be released at the same time.
No, it wasn't even that. They fucked up. They just, it was insane. You got to go back and watch the video. It was great. I was flipping my shit. It was one of the few times you'll see me lose my shit.
That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way.
I don't think anybody here has seen me become that fervent about something.
This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself.
Your dog probably has better bowel control than Amber Heard too, so you know. Cool.
And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert.
Good day, Mr. Crusader. Good day, Mr. Yogurt.
Her close friends
we're watching closing arguments.
Mr. Closing arguments. Tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Hello there.
So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage?
What are closing arguments?
Mr. Depp moaning in distress?
Talk about it in a minute.
That's what she chose to record.
They're basically where you get to make your final points to the jury before they go to deliberate on stuff.
What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety?
This is their rebuttal closing, just because it's a counterclaim.
Ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket.
Finally.
Or asleep on the ground.
Finally over.
What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid
Amber's
of him.
team messed up badly. I flipped my shit.
And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely,
we'll talk about it.
Utterly inconsistent.
Okay. Everything I'm saying
is
coming
across
of
Officer Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury.
This is live. Yes.
No sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's, I'll get that right, Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because
I'm gonna be a bit delayed because I'm watching Cardboard Stream, and Cardboard Stream is also delayed, so I hear you and Cardboard delayed
and this was a woman that in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere.
Yep, and she
the
wasn't
face
one.
of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's.
Yo,
Heard does
Carbo,
not deserve
you
to be
here?
known as a representative of survivors of abuse.
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be
What you
known
doing?
as a representative of perpetrators
Finishing
of
up closing
abuse.
arguments.
That is what this case is
Oh.
about. It's not about money.
What?
Give me a minute.
It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television.
Everyone wrong. Absolutely.
If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses
Even
him
if he
of.
doesn't win this, he still won the court of
We
public
ask
opinion,
you,
which is
we
important for
implore
him.
you,
He can start
to
getting
render a
roles
verdict
probably
for Mr.
again.
Depp. We
It's
ask you
shown
to
she
set
clearly
the
was the
record
abuser.
straight, that he
Either
is
way, they were
not
just
the
in a purely
abuser she
toxic
described,
relationship, even
and that
light
she is
best
not the
for
heroic
Amber.
survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard
Amber's
that
team
what
thought
she
they
did
had a
was
Ferrari and they got a Lada.
Thank you
I have
very
no idea
much.
what a Lada is, but I assume it's a
Thank
fully
you, ma'am.
performing car.
Rebuttal closing?
Oh, I'm gonna send you a picture of a Lada.
And you stream whatever you're watching on Discord so the sound is synced up.
How about that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can send you the link of the original live stream. I'm watching it right now, so
The sound wouldn't
it's synced up.
Is it?
Processor.
I mean, that would also work.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses.
Yes.
They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on
We
his
got 6
payroll,
minutes.
weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr.
Claim
Depp's
sexual
claim,
violence.
but you
That's
can
not
fine for
true.
Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse, and there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation.
Come on, board. Wrap up.
That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark.
So now he's
this is so stupid.
Mr. Waldman became involved.
He's literally just droning, and he's making arguments that are going against himself. He contradicted himself again.
To this day.
5 minutes ago.
We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence.
You guys remember what I was talking about?
Stand up for the freedom of speech.
Empower, call to action, instead of guilt. I think they were watching the stream, guys. I think that's why we lost half our viewership.
Amber Heard.
They literally were watching the stream and was like, what you should have done is a call to power.
Her life back.
Did you guys just notice that?
Thank you so much for your service on the stream.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think you were here for the whole break, but yeah.
Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner.
It's just going to be a bunch of bullshit legalese that you're not going to understand.
When all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You're not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information.
One's a claim and one's a
or
counterclaim.
help
It's
you
not.
decide the case. Do
One's
not
a
try to find
plaintiff
out
and they
information
got
from
sued,
any
so they
source
said, you know,
outside
we're going to
the testimony
countersue.
and the exhibits received as evidence
So
during the trial.
it's not finished.
You will also have,
the first
I know the
claims
attorneys
of
discussed
Amber
briefly
Heard
about the verdict
isn't
forms. You'll have
finished
2
yet.
sets of verdict forms.
They are. So they heard from
Mr.
both
Depp's
sides
case
on
and
why
one from
which
Ms.
side
Heard's
was right
case,
and
okay?
blah, blah, blah,
Now,
blah.
when you
And
have
so they'll
these,
decide
verdict
whether or
forms,
not
the
they're going to
first
side
3
with the
pages of
defendant or the
both
plaintiff
verdict forms
or both,
have each of the
which is a
statements
possibility.
separately.
Yeah, but I
Okay,
thought
so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay?
Finished, but
Now, if you
it
come
wasn't that
to,
way.
if you
It
decide
kinda-
yes
it's weird.
for every question,
So there was the UK
for
court
a
one. There was
statement,
another
then
slander
that's when
thing
you
that
go to the
happened
last
between
page
them.
of the,
It's really
verdict
complex.
form, which
Yeah, no,
is
it's
for
complicated.
damages.
It's sorry.
So, for example, if
No,
you find
don't
yes
apologize.
for all of
I'm
statement
sorry
1,
that our justice
then you,
system is so
you
jacked.
could go to 4 and 5 for
Yeah.
damages.
I don't.
If you find yes,
yes,
for
there
all
is a way
statement
Amber
1
can
and
win.
statement 2,
Amber.
you still go to 4 and 5 for
And
damages.
I'll tell you in a
Say
second.
yes
Let
for
the
statement
judge
1,
finish
statement
speaking,
2,
and we'll
statement 3,
talk about
you
why
obviously
Amber
go
can
to
win.
4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for
The
any
bar
of the
is so
statements, you
high
go to
for public figures and
okay?
defamation,
So
guys.
that will be for
That's
all of
simple.
them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay? All right, now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left, and the numbers were placed in an envelope in the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I
We're gonna
release the
randomize the
alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you, and I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and not get a chance to deliberate.
They
But that does
deliberate
not
until
lessen the
the
respect
judge
and
releases
admiration
them.
that we have for
They
you.
usually set a time limit
As an
so they can
alternate,
get
you will
dinner.
not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? At this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can
Put it on
retire down to
12.
the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
All right. There we go. All right, guys. So here's the deal. Amber Heard has a foundational argument that should win her the case. Okay? It's going to come down to the jurors, whether or not they believe her, to allow that foundational argument to stand, and whether or not subjectively, right? This is a subjective standard, not an objective standard. Subjectively, they have to see that she published that op-ed intending it to be aimed at Johnny, that there's no other person that could be speaking about it, Johnny, and she did it maliciously. That's a high standard. Okay? even subjectively, which we personally feel it's been met. But also, you got to understand, we've been subjected to all the media and we've been talking about it amongst ourselves and making valid points, and we've affected each other. These people have supposedly stood independent and not been exposed to outside media information about the trial, though I'm not sure how the fuck that's possible. The biggest thing on fucking YouTube and national TV. So the thing is that I'm not sure that Amber Heard can. Oh yeah, good night, John. Yep, thanks for sticking it out with us. I'm not sure that Johnny's team rose to that elevated standard. Okay, proving that she did it maliciously with the intent to harm him, not just to share her story and get her own self some press, knowing it would harm him. She had to show that her intention was to harm him. Okay, now the subjective standard is much easier to meet for that than the objective one, but it still requires all jurors to agree that she did it to purposely and intentionally harm him. Now, it also requires them to agree that the everything that Vasquez pointed out, that his attorney acting as agent for him was instructed directly by him with the intention to maliciously defame, right? So the same objective standard stands, and I'm not sure how that could apply. So, no, they can return their verdict today. If they go back and it takes them less than an hour, they can go for it. So,
Respectfully disagree. Agree. Completely agree. Thing on which, Ms. Preda-Hofton, we respectfully disagree.
All right. All right.
That is one thing on which.
All right. All right.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Preda-Hofton, we respectfully disagree. Agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach?
their colleagues, etc. Yeah. They have to all be up there because you can't have ex parte communications with the judge. All right, guys. Now we have the watch. Now we wait for them to come back. So that's it. All right, guys. Go ahead.
How long can this take?
30 minutes, a day, a week. Also, Memorial Day is Monday, which is in honor of all of our troops. So, guys, they won't render a decision on Memorial Day. It's a federal holiday. So if they don't render a decision today, we won't have one till Tuesday, minimum. They can't take a year, no. The judge determines what's considered a reasonable amount of time. Given the length of the trial was 5 weeks with the week off, 5-week trial, it's usually given about a day per week on average is the usual. So we're looking at, they have about 5 business days to make a determination. If they don't have one, probably by Friday, it'll be declared a hung jury, most likely, in my opinion. So, but that's up to the judge to say, hey, have you been able to reach an agreement? And they're like, no. And yeah, so the jury also sets the award amount for each party. So they can go 3 ways. They can find for Amber and for Johnny, right? Unusual, rarely happens. They can find for Johnny and find against Amber, or they can find against Johnny and find for Amber. All 3 of those are a possibility. If they find for Johnny, I think it would be unusual for them not to find. In this circumstance, they would have to apply the same bias and standard. They may dislike her so much they may find against her. But if they find for Johnny, they need to find for her for it to be sound from a legal perspective. But either way, jury nullification is a thing, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. Juries have a lot of ability. It's why juries are a crapshoot, and you don't want to. You need to be very sure if you take something before a jury, when the stakes are high. Usually criminal cases, like mine. So, that's it, guys. I mean, that's where things sit. So let's go to just chatting. All right, and that was long. That was crazy long. All right, guys. Not much to say. That was one hell of a roller coaster ride. Again, I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, they decide the damages. Yeah, the jury decides the damages. They're the ones who decide their award. Yeah. Good night, Jenny J. I assume you're in Australia too. Good night. Man, I got people all over the world. I think I have someone from each and every continent. I have someone from the Philippines. I have someone from Australia. I have someone from China. I have someone from Russia. We have people from Germany, people from Portugal. We have, well, no, Berlin's no longer here. We have people from, really, Alex? Really? Fuck me.
Berlin is no longer here.
I know.
Massive
Yeah.
faster scale swipes.
I have aphasia, so I know the word I want to say. I know the country I want to say.
You can't do them even like that, to be.
Screw you guys, help me out here. You know what?
No, I don't.
Damn you. It's not Amsterdam. It's I know what country I want to say. I just can't say it because I have aphasia. I know I have Norway. I know I have Sweden. Oh my god. The country that's dead south of fucking Germany. Alex. Guys, help me out. Stop.
Italy.
No. There's countries between there. No.
France. The Netherlands.
No. Fuck you. That's north. The Netherlands are north.
South Africa.
Fuck you. I love you guys. Anyways.
Czech Republic.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna pull up a map of Europe.
Screw you guys.
Egypt.
I'm going home.
Liberia.
Austria. Yes.
Yeah,
Bavaria is not a country as much as it wants to be, okay? Leave the Frankish Germans alone.
I said Liberia. Is it
Oh, I thought you said Bavaria. I was like, guys, we're not going to get into German politics on this bitch right now.
Bavaria is
the Balkans. Oh, there goes Herman.
Honest.
So there goes my. So he's in Norway, but he's from Latvia. I think it was Latvia. I think yeah. Jordy is from somewhere too. I don't know. And we got people from North Carolina, California, Canada. We got people from Canada. I count California guys as a separate country because they're just so fucking different. We got people from the UK, of course. We have one guy from Portugal. So yeah. I don't think we have any from the North Pole. We have pretty good representation. I also don't think we have anyone from South America. So we're missing 2 continents, okay? We need to yeah, Lithuania. We're missing 2 people from 2 continents.
We need to get some Asians in here.
Oh, we have one. We have a Chinese dude and a Filipino.
Oh, okay.
Actually, 2 Filipinos, Little Hugh and can't think of his name right now. Hold on. He doesn't usually show up here. He comes in every once in a while.
Does the Russian guy live in Europe or in China, in Asia?
No, he lives in the European side of Russia. He lives close to the border of the one that they keep bombing.
Oh, okay.
Or Danks or whatever. He hasn't been on recently though. They restricted their web, and he said he's having trouble getting around their blocks. So
yeah, that's dramatic.
Yeah, Trekker's apparently from Alabama. We got a bunch of people from North Carolina. We got one guy from Oklahoma. Dusseldorf is I think in Oklahoma. So go. Berlin is of course in fucking Berlin, but he left the servers. I don't know. Rob, that you guys see in the community ninja, he is from Sweden. He actually was part of the Swedish Air Force. We had long conversations about the Swedish Air Force. So guys, make sure you join our Discord. It's if you hit ! Discord inside of our chat, you can get a link to the Discord. Join us there. You can get information and other things you can't get anywhere else. You can also join us for our conversations and be part of the podcast if you wish to be. beyond that, thank you guys so much for joining us. We appreciate all of you. We're going to go ahead and roll this out. I got things to do, places to go, people to see, all that good stuff. So yeah, hit that ! Discord. It should come up. There we go. And yeah, it has a cooldown, so it won't spam. Ha, I did it. So thank you guys. Make sure you guys subscribe and you like. We had a great stream today. 197 views, average duration of 20 minutes viewed, which is decent, you know. And we hit a high of 22 people. So appreciate all of you.
Duration viewed?
Average duration is 19 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yeah. People coming in and out count as a separate view, and it breaks the average duration up. So if someone does something else and comes back, yeah. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, guys. Also, make sure you guys check out Stand for Ukraine on YouTube. They're doing their 24-hour streams. I provided them my old sources for Ukraine because I just can't keep up with constantly streaming. You guys take care, and we will see you at 7. Have a good night. Peace.
7 your time.
That's 5 hours, isn't it? So for us, it's
4 hours.
No, 6. This time difference is 6 hours. We are 6 hours ahead of Cardboard.
So 7 is 1.
Yeah, it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours from now. So whatever 4 hours from now. Oh,
yeah,
minus
that's
10
1.
minutes. Yeah.
1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Oh. Tobias, I'm dying. I'm sick. Help me. Actually, can you ask your mother for some chicken soup and bring it over to me? That would be great.
United right now.
Get some German macaroni and cheese, man. That shit fixes everything.
No, I'm in Wiener Neustadt right now. So that's the problem. I can't get any food from at home.
What are you doing all the way over there, man?
I have an apartment at here, and I'm sleeping in Neustadt over the weekend. Tobias, we can do the thing what you proposed, where you put the food in the train and the car gonna pick it up from the train station.
I don't think
I have to go get my son at 5, guys, but I will be back on at 7. If the verdict's in, we will talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
I thought that.
Oh, sorry, I'm still on the stream too. So you guys are, we're in the where I'm dancing behind the thing. So yeah, we got 3 minutes and 24 seconds. I'm gonna hit the end broadcast. So yeah.
I have leaked my address before.
Whoa! Don't do that. I mean, you're in.
I don't think we can talk about it on stream, but I know the story about it. My food for today was 1 microwave pizza. Microwavable pizza. A pizza you put in the microwave.
Call that bob in my head, LJ.
What?
I'm hungry, but I don't have enough energy to make some food for me. So that's a problem. Yeah. Thank you for watching. It's always great chilling in the stream and talking to moderators. You have some nice people, Cardboard.
I appreciate it. Yo, we hit good numbers today. Like so our average duration was 20 minutes. So we have almost 30 hours. Hold on, let me go look this up. Hold on, let me go. I'm doing the numbers wrong. Boom. Now let's see. Content live. Go to the Okay, it hasn't calculated it. It will come up in about 3 hours.
I think tomorrow morning I'm gonna go buy a computer mouse because I have my shitty laptop. No, I still do it at the moment, but I don't even have a mouse. And it's a pain in the ass because the touch that isn't working properly.
Probably.
Vernünftig.